excuses like I had a long day at work, or sorry, honey, or I think I'm into men. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about. With a real doctor who can prescribe real medication, it's simple, safe, and totally discreet.
Yeah, with Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED. All the comfort and privacy of your own home. The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment plan. If medication is appropriate, Roman will ship it to you with free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and simple and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to getroman.com/Tony and complete an online visit.
Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to tackle, but now there's Roman. Complete an online visit today to connect with a doc to take care of it. .com/Tony today. If approved, you'll get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. Wow, get a boner. That's getroman.com/Tony. And we're back. Incredible. We love our sponsors, so make sure you go out and support them. Buy their stuff. Be part of their business. Sign up.
Depending on right now, that every single sponsor that we have, you'll be able to go to DeathSquad.tv and see them all. So if you're thinking, like, man, I know that they're sponsored, you can go there and see them all in one long list.
If you ever want to look at a list of our sponsors to DeathSquad.tv, man, the traffic's gonna hit a real crescendo over there. Hopefully your bandwidth is
I mean, sometimes you're about to buy something, might as well get a coupon code and save some money.
There you go. Save some money, save some time. Go to DeathSquad.tv and check out a list of our sponsors. Let's get tonight's show started. We have a guest tonight. We are best range. I mean, this young man, one of my favorite comedians on the planet. I actually started guy over 13 years ago. We've been through it all. He is the creator and the host of the hit show on Comedy Central, Goddamn Comedy Jam. I perform on the Goddamn Comedy Jam. All your favorite comedians do. It's Skankfest and all the big festivals. He's also the incredible host of the new Spotify show, The 500 with Josh Adam Myers. It's our guest for this show, the great Josh Adam Myers, everybody. Hey! Yeah! What's up, buddy? This guy is a brother to me.
My brother in arms.
Love your Spotify show, The 500. Where you go over the 500 greatest albums.
These are the greatest records ever, but that's one that I chose.
I love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to doing it one day.
Yes.
Get to a Pink Floyd album.
Is there an album that's on the list that you're like, I can't believe this is on the list. I don't even want to talk about this album. You know what's funny is every single time there's an album that's on the list that I'm like, I'm not going to like this. I fucking love it.
Yeah, that happened.
I just did Sinead O'Connor.
Oh.
It was fantastic, but it was like, I'm only going to know one song. That's the only one I really like. You put it on, you're like, this is more revolutionary than any Rage Against the Machine.
Her version of Nothing Compares to You does something to me to where, like, I don't even have anybody that I picture. Like, after high school, it was that ex-girlfriend, you know what I mean? That first relationship that didn't go the way you wanted it to. I picture her then. But now I don't even have anybody to picture, and it still takes me to just the fucking... I can cry every time listening to that.
Do you know something funny about the song? Prince wrote it.
Yeah.
People think he wrote it about his favorite housekeeper. And so all the things in the song are the things that she did, like water flowers, and so yeah, it's like everybody thinks it's a song about like love, and it's written about a woman, but it is written about a woman, but it's housekeeper.
It was really his house.
Yeah, that's at least the fact that my writer brought up. I do the research, but like I have a main writer that just gets everything about every song.
It's been 7 hours and 15 days.
Yeah.
She took your...
the song is biologically correct.
Wow.
Anatomically correct. And that's interesting. You have a podcast that the more you listen to it, the better it gets. And you're going down a list to the number one. Yeah. Like you start off with Milli Vanilli or something, probably. I wish Milli Vanilli was on this. That album fucking slap. It was because we had a friend, our friend Andy, Angelo, and Angelo knew everything about music, and he always made fun of me because I didn't know certain albums. He'd be like, "How do you not know that album or that band?" And I'm like, "Well, I know the band, I just don't know the album. I know certain songs." And so I just got bored one day. Like, you were all listening to the same music, and if you just go in there like, all right, I don't care if this is the style of music, every single thing I hate it, and then I'm like, no, that's the greatest album I've ever heard in my life.
Well, we have a band on this show. I don't know if you know this or not, but if your podcast had to do with the top 5 million albums of all time, the lead singer of our band would probably be your first episode. Uh, with no further ado, everything the band we never know what they're going to be. Let's find out together what they are on this evening. Tony, ladies and gentlemen, I present you the best stand band in Hawaii, and it's the Tony Band. Jeremiah Walker, and his jet ski Johnson and Chroma Chris.
Dorothy, Rose,
Scared.
and Grandma, Sophia, not
No,
every.
Fucking awesome. Tonight,
Dude. Word I took a look at myself backstage. I looked like when E.T. dressed up in the women's
minutes, yeah. You're the only person on that outfit. You look more ET than any. You look like you should be riding an e-bike.
I like that way. That's Wes Craven presents Flashback, man. Just a story it is to say.
Right, anything. Great road. St. Old.
You know, Christmas. I just gonna do it. I ended up going under my bed about a year. Cute. Oh, it was so soft. All the kids wanted to play with it.
The story is on with
Dorothy, I know. Always. No.
It's a true story.
Can't. Audience laughter right there for sure on that one. Oh, it's exciting. The ladies. Oh, this thing, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the regular show right now. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, lights out month.
curious to see if there's anything you'll have eaten that. Yeah. That's all I've got.
There you go. Took you a second.
Yeah.
Do a party. Wow. And invite everyone you knew.
You would see the biggest gift would be from me. Had the heart attack like a friend. Not a 311 fan, except bullshit. Because you're friends with me.
Oh, I was a captain before I was friends with them.
It's 8:16 a.m.
That's not unreal.
It was a great joke. I had friends in high school that loved that band. You'll appreciate this.
Have you ever seen them live? No.
Look at this gang, motherfucker. What?
See, that's how I know.
I've seen them. No, but I just don't like white people doing reggae.
It's first of all, it's not a white guy. His name's S.A. Martinez. That is racial profile. No, the white guy doesn't do the reggae.
Yeah, another this, you will get shot.
That's not a three. That's not a fucking.
I'm doing. Oh, trust me. Even though I dislike them, I know a lot of their music.
Jesus.
What are you doing? Why are y'all dressed up like that?
William. You gotta chill out a little bit.
I looked over there. Why are y'all dressed up like that?
William. Okay, there you go. Dorothy, you seemed really mad at one point during the 311 talks. Why is that?
I had a punchline 9 years ago, but this one would use its peripherals.
There it is. There's the Golden Girls sound effect.
You bitch.
God, you could never make me come original, Josh Adam.
When things get back to normal, Josh, I'm going to take you to your first 311 Live concert, and I'm going to watch you become a fan.
And I would go to a 311 concert if it's with you. Cool.
Yeah.
Because we'd have fun.
Can I come with
Holy
all?
shit.
Okay,
That's
well,
overtime.
well, you're
Now
not
you're
connecting
gonna
right
say,
now, man.
How? It's the first show. How's this happening already?
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm confused.
How? This is like your 700th time on this fucking
I'm
show.
confused right now.
How?
Because I've been sick as shit.
Okay, we heard that months ago.
I'm sick as shit right now.
No, we just heard that. You just said that.
I'm really sick right now.
Yeah, what are your...
Coughing, sneezing. Bunch of Reese's peanut butter.
Like a cold baby.
Directed at.
Yeah, that was
Who's that directed?
Hello.
Who's that directed at?
Hello.
Come on! My thing showing?
Oh my swear, I'll squiggy wiggy like a poodle like that. What the fuck?
Y'all see my views right now?
Well, you're
Come on, what do you mean? I've been working out.
What have you been working? Boxers? The only thing that's big on you.
Working. I don't get it.
This is so weird.
Get it.
Why are you dressed like you're going to bar? Like,
Where's all the
Arturo Rodriguez. Arturo Rodriguez. Arturio.
Yeah. What? Hey, what?
William, let's talk about your person. Let's talk about on hard game here. What?
Look at this west side. Folks, if you're witnessing this, you're witnessing greatness. You are in the presence of greatness. You motherfuckers are the best. That's Jenny Robinson out there. She'll tell you what's up. She'll burn her whole fucking down. Whole fucking Responsible investment. Everybody knows.
Out here. See that? Don't come any closer. Fancy feast. Hey, can you piss it in the Atlantic Ocean? Wow, woman. I love pissing in interesting places. Oceans, lakes, rivers, swimming pools, hot tubs, trees, the bushes, wide mouth Gatorade bottles, Pyrex containers, Tupperware, shower drains, floor drains, grass, sand, leaves, snow, on tires, on walls. I like to spray out my name like a even inside you. Yeah, the prevention of television
What is? Oh, I see the issue.
you ever get ahead of a public lounge sectional? Right, like this might be in a 6 and black shorts, and then it's low. It definitely like there was a figure out spreading out a piece of modular furniture. Yeah, man, on the dance floor. Yeah, man, you're gonna get a second take a selfie in the air. The shotgun a beer while sunfacing. And then the same sort of beer bong and then the ice on the side bottle.
Are you
Yeah, bitches and champagne. Oh, it has help too. I once fit 13 people in that bitch. We had to fit 2 people in the trunk. 99, keep your butt all tight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, my baby, oh, my baby, love me. My baby, and I know I ain't going nowhere. Dog, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? What the fuck is that? No. Are you fucking serious? And I know.
Hey, this is Redman coming live from the world's famous comedy store, Main Room, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. Explain.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Brian Redband, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good to be here. Another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip from the world famous comedy store. Spore. Like a mushroom. Nice. Speaking of mushrooms, the house artist here, the great Ryan J. Ebelt, ladies and gentlemen. Episode of Kill Tony. Everything's available at RyanJEbelt.com. Every episode, every tour poster.
He draws them all on mushrooms.
Yeah. He draws them on mushrooms. He draws them off mushrooms. He draws them. He's known for doing every drug. He's the only person we know that's done every drug. He has the corona vaccine. Everything. Incredible. All those are available at RyanJEbelt.com or at the Comedy Store. Before we get tonight's episode, moving to an unstoppable force, check in with our amazing, lovely sponsors. All in the creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet, and when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history, your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using Express.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through their secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time, I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button, and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. And visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/killtony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. ExpressVPN.com/Kiltony. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Kiltony. ExpressVPN.com/Kiltony to learn more. It's always easy to talk about erectile dysfunction. Usually we just push it off or blame ourselves, saying like, I think I lost my mojo, or we avoid it altogether with excuses like I had a long day at work, or sorry honey, I'm just not feeling it, or I think I'm into men. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about with a real doctor who can prescribe real medication. It's simple, safe, and totally
Folks, look at this.
and complete an online visit.
million albums of all time. The lead singer of our band would probably be your first episode. All right. With no further ado, every single episode the band commits to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out together what they are on this evening's episode of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Joel, and it's Jesse Johnson, Merlin Perez. Oh, travel down the road. Back in, yeah.
Hey, Grandma, so we have such how do I not do it? Everybody on that show when I watch it all the time.
I know, it's I'm good. We're good. We're excited to be here. You are too. How are things in Florida right now with the COVID and everything? You guys are okay?
Worried about Mother as always.
Oh, how you been, Mother?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I took a look at myself in the mirror backstage. I looked like when E.T. dressed up in the women's club.
I was gonna say again. You took the words right out of my mouth. You're the only person that when you put on that outfit, you look more like E.T. than anything else. It's very bizarre.
Thank you.
You look like you should be riding an e-bike to the moon.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. And that's pedaling that way. And that's Wes Craven presents Blanche. The whore room.
Why, hello, fellas. I'm on the hunt for a cougar. I mean, I am a cougar on the hunt, and I am.
Lazy ass Rue McClanahan. You could have fucking gone with a southern accent just to spice it up a little bit.
Well, yeah.
There it is. Oh, that just made my dick hard.
What I was trying to say is, I'm a cougar, and I would settle for Tony the Tiger.
Show us the nipple board.
Oh, no, Red Band. What did he say? Nothing. He didn't say anything. And then the loveliest of them all, the great Rose is here. How are you, Rose?
Oh, I'm good. They told me I'd go and kill Tony, but I'll be honest, I never killed anything before.
Not even when you were in Ola?
Oh, that reminds me of a story of Fayetteville. But, they wanted us to kill their rabbits for stew on Christmas, and I just couldn't do it. I ended up keeping one under my bed for about a year. It was so cute, this rabbit. Oh, I named him Benny. He was so soft. All the kids wanted to play with him.
Enough with the stories. Get on with it.
That's the Dorothy I know. Always cutting off Rose.
True story.
Canned audience laughter right there for sure on that one. I'm excited about this, guys. We have a bucket. There's people out there spread 20 feet apart in this room. A lot of spread going on out there. And so let's just jump right into it. But let's get things kickstarted with a bang, shall we? Oh, look at that. The one person that's not in the room. Fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible.
2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, that's mind-boggling. Let's start off with the bucket, shall we? That sounds exciting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian. Oh, here he is. All right, everybody. He's a regular on this show for right now. Right now, he's a regular. Technically, he's still a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. It's the Big Red Machine, William Lights Out Montgomery. Here he is. Oh, okay.
Hope everybody's doing well.
The
It's gotten to the point where I only read the obituaries to see if they featured anyone I've killed. People ask me if there's anything I've read doing. Is that I really wish I hadn't eaten that. I noticed in the elevator the other day that it had a sign that it only goes up. I asked the lady at the front desk how do you get down, and she said 311. There you go. By William Montgomery, everybody. All to be here. What's probably your best?
What a muscle relaxer.
Josh, do you feel like that 311 joke?
Good. I woke up and had the stuff I took that job. I took it at 3. Yeah, that time to like 15 years. I was
Absolutely. Graphic design.
it's not that soft.
First of all, it's not. His name's S.A. Martinez. That is racial profiling. He's Latino. The white guy doesn't do the song.
Trust me, even though I dislike them, I know a lot of their music.
Jesus.
What are you doing? Why are y'all dressed up like that?
William. You gotta chill out a little bit.
I looked over there. Why are y'all dressed up like that?
William. Okay, there you go. Dorothy, you seemed really mad at one point during the 311 talks. Why is that?
I had a punchline 9 years ago, but this one wouldn't use his peripherals.
There it is. There's the Golden Girls.
Golden Girl.
What are you, bitch? God, you could never make me come original, Josh Adam.
When things get back to normal, Josh, I'm going to take you to your first 311 live concert, and I'm going to watch you become a fan.
And I would go to a 311 concert if it's with you.
Yeah.
Because we'd have fun together.
Okay, what's happening already? I'm sorry. I'm on a podcast.
I'm confused.
Ow! This is like your 700th time on this fucking
I'm
show.
confused right now.
Ow!
Because I've been sick as shit.
We heard that months ago.
I'm sick as shit right now.
No, we just heard that. You just said that.
I'm really sick right
Yeah,
now.
what are your symptoms?
Coughing, sneezing, eating a bunch of Reese's peanut butter cups.
David Deary, did you check his temperature? What? 97.
No, you didn't, David.
Another symptom, looking like a coal miner who shops at Old Navy. I mean, come on.
Who's that directed at?
Yeah, that was
Who's that directed at?
you, my nephew. Hello.
Who's that directed at?
Hello.
Come on, is my penis showing?
Yes. William.
Whoa! Is my thing showing?
Yes. Why is your underwear all squiggy wiggly? Like, why is it all getting like that? What the fuck, dude?
Y'all see my pubes right now?
Well, your fupa covers them, thank God.
What is going
Come on, what do you mean? I've been working out, Josh.
What have you been working out? Your boxers? That's big on you.
Working out my boxers?
Yeah.
Only thing that's big on me.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
This is so weird.
I don't get it.
Why are you dressed like you're going to Bonnaroo? Like,
What does that mean? What's Bonnaroo?
you know, your underwear is all disheveled, you're in cargos.
You look like the garbage man at Bonnaroo.
Garbage man at Bonnaroo. What's up? My name is Alex Rodriguez.
Oh, it is. Is that your name?
Yeah, I'm
All right,
garbage man at Bonnaroo.
Then you know what? That's what I'll bring you up. If that's your name, then that's what I'll bring you up as.
Will you please?
Arturo Rodriguez.
Really? Arturo Rodriguez?
Arturo Rodriguez.
Arturio.
Arturio. Yeah.
What's happened?
William, let's talk about your personal life. Let's talk about it long, hard, and deep here. What's been going on? I've been wildfire lately.
I've been eating a bunch of Prado pups.
Prado pups?
Yeah, it's a, what is that thing called? It's a hot dog on a stick with bread around it.
Corn dog.
Yeah, it's a corn dog.
A corn dog.
I've been eating a bunch of Prado pups. Literally,
Corn dogs?
no, they're a feet. It's a feet long. It's a foot long.
How many feet?
It's 2 feet long. Prado pup.
Christ, dude.
I've been eating it. Maybe that's why my belly looks like that.
Oh my god. That's not a corn dog. That's a corn. Am I right? So like different like if we still Montgomery. If you threw a party and invited everyone you knew, that's right. You would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say that you were being a
Might be the best TV theme song of all time.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, that's top 30.
It's on my Spotify.
I love you guys.
Wow, yeah. Play some of the songs from the 60s. All right, I pulled this guy's name out. When we thought that our first comedian would be here, this is very, very exciting. This young
I don't know. I'm not completely sober. I did drop acid a couple weeks ago on my birthday. Which I don't think counts. Some people think that counts. I don't. A lot of people don't know. It's actually the guy who founded AA. He got kicked out because he told everybody that they should take acid, and that's like really good for sobriety. They kicked him out, and then like when he was on his deathbed, his last dying wish was for a bottle of whiskey, and they refused to give it to him, and then he just had to die sober like a fucking dork. I'd be so mad if someone did that to me. I'd be like, "Are you trying to ruin my deathbed? Like, what are you doing?" I'm gonna do a bunch of heroin on my deathbed for sure. Like, and if you don't like it, don't come to my fucking deathbed. You're not invited, you fucking loser. I crush it when there's
yeah, no, it's great. I was just about to say. Brilliant. Friendship never ends. Hey,
you want to be
Dan Nolan, The Return, and I'm telling you, I know. That was all great. All personal view calculations on 5 years of sobriety stuff, fucking incredible and educational at the same time. I love that info about EA. Did you really do acid?
Yeah, on my birthday. I was down in Key West.
That's awesome.
Did you immediately go, wow, I miss this drug shit? No, I did a bunch. I've probably done it like 10 times.
Does it help you with staying sober from other things?
Yeah, it does a lot for ego. Like, I think I have ego problems, and it like really just makes you step back out of reality objectively, and it just makes everything down, and you're like, oh, I'm not shit. Like, the universe, and I'm just like nothing, but I'm part of it, so it's cool.
Right.
It's humbling. Absolutely. He's on acid now. It's like, everything's great, man. It's
It's like Golden Girls, something. Like a very, very trippy version of it.
Rue McClanahan was dead. No, she's in my mind.
Dan, this is actually you, McClanahan. Go ahead. What are you gonna ask Dan?
That's a golden shower.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And with the shoes off, it's even more sexual for some reason. Like, it's just,
my eggplant. Rubik mannequins.
I'm just about to throw my eggs, period.
Your what?
My eggs, the spoiled world.
You don't have much left.
It's like Rue Klux Klan.
So Dan, tell us more about your life lately. It's been a long time since we've seen you. Last time we talked to you, I believe you said that you were going to go out on the road and just do this wild tour in a car, right?
Yeah, you and I bumped into each other in New York at Skankfest.
Yeah.
It was great. I did 4 months and drove all around the country. It was dope.
Did you have like a legit job also? Like you're making money?
Yeah, now I do. Now I'm making even more money. It's crazy.
Tell us about it.
I worked at Burger Scooter company. I was like a system administrator. You get any discounts on these scooters? I get free scooter rides still.
Wait a second. Wait, where do you work?
I used to work at Bird Scooter. You're a scooter collector? Redman has a scooter podcast.
Yeah. He's into the e-bikes.
Yeah.
He's known for his. What they calling him Brendan Slob.
That's what they call Brendan.
Well, they call Brendan.
Yeah, really. So where are you working now? What are you doing now? It's the same job. I'm a systems administrator at a different company. It's like project software for engineers.
Wow.
Like myself, college degree.
you ain't black. Then recently he made comments on the Hispanic and the black community. I want you to listen to second. But I don't trust Crime Bill Biden because his crime bill is responsible for more black deaths than COVID-19. Like you're pandering hard as hell to the black people, dog. You probably want to pick Flavor Flav for your running mate. Because you have a nigga that'll shut the guy with you. You try to get the black votes and give him some free chicken like that. Alright.
You're right. You're right there.
Like, bro, like, you know, both sides, alright, you can say, but I like an abortion joke,
Or like a poop joke or a butthole joke.
No, I mean, like, that's going to get people angry against you.
But how can a presidential candidate?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was global news.
Yeah, bro, that don't make me want to vote.
But I think the key to doing, especially in Los Angeles, and doing like a Biden joke, it's just you got to balance it out with a Trump joke. You know what I mean? Even if you support, like, it's like shit on both of them.
I mean, it's like,
Look,
both are fucked up. You know what I'm saying? But
Start with that, and then you go into the Biden shit.
that's it. You know, that's if that, and it also depends exactly where you're performing. Because if you're doing it to protect yourself, which I don't believe you need to pander either way, but you know, in Texas or any other place south of fucking really, I mean, that's not on the coast.
I'm probably not voting anyway. In California, we have the electoral votes.
And look, the joke isn't even about Democrats or conservative. It's about race, which is absolutely true. It is something.
But you think Trump panders to white people, though?
Yeah.
Okay, Sophia with the truth bomb. Welcome to Hot Politicians with Bob.
That reminds me, I saw Pander at the zoo the other day.
I mean, like,
Wow. Way to really.
I didn't really want to come over here and talk about politics, but it's just like if you look at it, they wonder who that may help the world.
And that's what my point was, like, when doing politics, if you're going to stand up, why bother? You're just going to...
It's really not even to even make a political statement. It's just to stretch my muscle to write on some shit.
It's great. It's absolutely great. It's very important to work muscles and write jokes about different things.
If things are happening, I'm trying to become a little bit more topical.
Right.
Having jokes, you know.
Absolutely. Yes.
I got something. So you're like the black guy at a Trump rally that everyone has to take a picture with just to put
Nigga, I'm not going to a Trump rally.
I'm not racist. My mate's black.
Oh my
But
God.
nigga, I have stayed in the Trump Palace before.
It is the best golf course I've ever lived in.
What?
Mandalay Bay. You just saying random things about
Did he say the Trump Tower hotel, right?
Yeah.
I said, so is Mandalay Bay.
It's a nice hotel.
Yeah.
Have you stayed at Mandalay Bay?
Many times.
Really? Yeah. Because it's not that nice of a hotel.
It used to be.
Okay.
Now it's Buffalo. Oh, we get these problems. I was going to the circus.
If people don't know Circus Circus, don't get out on that. Hey, Golden Girls, how do y'all feel about them removing your episode with Mud Matt saying that it was blackface? Golden Girls, how y'all feel?
The travesty.
Oh my
It was
goodness.
mud, it wasn't blackface, honey. We love you.
This shit's out of control.
I'm just glad we all learned something today despite our differences and we're still best friends.
What did we learn, Rose?
We learned that we all think differently.
I think Red Man just canceled Brothers in Cursive.
Wouldn't be because of you.
Oh, I don't.
I don't even know what's happening right now. We lost track of all of this.
I heard Tony got a new movie coming out on Disney.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about? What's the movie?
Booty and the Beast.
Oh, come on.
He played Booty.
That's not true.
It's a sequel to Up, my ass. It's a third one to Sex Toy Story.
Tony dressed like he's in a dildo insurance.
Oh, come on. Why? Do you need to buy some dildo insurance? Because we have a really good rate right
That
now.
motherfucker, like, he can get a $5 deductible.
Hey, we call it a deductible in the dildo business. There's actually a lot of terms for it. Yeah. Fucking dildo insurance, the booty hole coverage.
I'm thinking of this gay porno called Booty and the Beast, where it's like starring Aston.
Starring who?
Aston, it's like Gaston. No one's gay like Gaston. No one sucks like Gaston.
Okay, I don't know. Literally, I've said this a few times in the last 10 minutes. I have no idea what's going on.
It's like that accent's kicking in.
It really is. Hey, it really is. I'm glad we edited out the part that I took it, but it's kicking in fast.
Hey, Tony, you're gonna let Wood start to show up. That's what he said. Told us with craziness.
I like it crazy. I like it like this.
Now Red Man's questioning my political stance.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying it's true. I respect Red Man's opinion because I take all my political knowledge from a guy that wakes up at 5 p.m. That's what I'm into. He understands how laws work and everything, right?
The law of gravity.
It's a beautiful thing.
CNN for Red Man stands for Cooking Noodles Thinking.
My girlfriend got us in there to show you ever heard my fucking life.
Noodles.
Cooking noodles bacon.
That's CNN for Red Man.
HBO stands for Home Bakery Office. No, it does that. It's Home Box Office.
Whoa!
Honey, I'm just kidding.
No, you're not. You actually thought that.
It's
Red Man thought the E channel was about phones.
Oh, Red Man, I'll be the interruption, but one of the people came to your comments going on.
Is that true?
The lights keep flashing on you.
Oh, no, that's my alarm system.
This has now become a weekly problem on this incredible electric car. You don't mind if it's out there.
Now it has an alarm system. It's not making bugs.
Must have got some grease on the touchscreen.
Do you ever jerk out the photo that your car takes?
Yeah, it takes videos of it.
Whoa! What is it? Anything good happening out there? Can you see?
No, he'll tell me like it's just because it's parked near the sidewalks. People walking by.
Oh, gotcha. That's why I keep going up.
Alright. David, so much fun.
Yeah.
I love the performance side. I love it when people do things out of their comfort zone, things that are different. If only we could get William to do something different each week. I'm just kidding. He had a great set tonight. Everything's good. And yeah, great stuff. A perspective that would shock people and be very compelling, to say the least. We love you. The great David Lucas. There you go. Back to the bucket we go. Wow, we know this young man. He's made a couple appearances on the show in the past month. One of the great comedy veterans here at the Comedy Store. A future paid regular at the Comedy Store. Current door guy. This is a cool guy to hang out with. A fucking fun guy on stage and off. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mitch Burrow. Here we go.
Okay.
It's Mitch Burrow, everybody. Come on, give him a hand, guys. There's a few people.
Thank you. I recently found out about incels and everyone's mad at them. I don't think that's fair. These guys aren't getting the fuck. I think they have every right to complain. The people who I don't like are the guys that do fuck and still complain about it. Right? Like the other day, I was with this guy, and he was telling me, he was like, dude, I was fucking this chick last night, and the whole time she just laid there. She just lay there. It sucked. And I was like, really? That's what bothered you? That she was there? You didn't like that? You should try doing it alone sometime. I don't really think you appreciate the situation. Right? Plus, me personally, I don't like it when they move around the lot. Makes me think they're trying to get away. So, you know. I have a southern accent. I get upset when people pick on accents. The other day, I heard these two guys behind me making fun of the Chinese accent. And I was like, not on my watch. That ain't going to happen. So I turned around and let them know. I was like, hey, y'all need to cut that shit out. And it was just two Chinese dudes talking to each other. So I was like, my bad. I'm an idiot, but my heart's in the right place.
Mitch Burrow.
Hey, right here, the river sail, they say you're used to. I know you're gonna wanna do nothing at all, but I think you're better than West.
Hi, Mitch.
Hey, what up, Tony?
How's it going, buddy?
Man, it's going. I had a great day today.
Hell yeah, me too. I'm right there with you, bright and early on the golf course, hitting the lanes.
Yeah, that's the best game.
That is true. I tend to bring that out in people. Me and Mitch played golf earlier today, and Mitch won.
Yeah, that's right.
It was a beautiful game, early morning, beautiful, beautiful trip to the top of the mountains of beautiful Pasadena, California.
Yeah, I didn't.
And this fucking guy has a natural stroke, like you could not believe. Insert gay joke here.
I
I was about to have one.
Yeah, I thought it would be about me being overweight and dying.
Well, that one too. I guess so. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for beating me to the punch there, Mitch. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. We had an Arnold Palmer, the god of golf. We had a spiked Arnold
Which is a
Palmer.
John Daly.
Yeah, it was incredible. It was fucking awesome. Nothing better than a fucking liquor lemonade iced tea at it was probably about 10:45 a.m.
Yeah, can I real quick? I just want to off topic. Josh is here. Something very funny happened to me there.
Oh, this guy's on the 500 podcast because he thinks about his weight.
Josh has one of my favorite jokes, and I got reminded of it. I was in bed with this girl during quarantine, and she was like, "Hey, do you want me to suck your dick?" And I was like, "That'd be great." And as she went to do it, her fucking hip popped. And I just go, "Oh man, it's like I'm about to get my dick sucked by Josh Adam Myers." Dude, and she said, "Who is that?" And I was like, "Yeah, never mind."
You're thinking of Josh, while you're having sex.
I never came harder.
Dude, I'm glad I popped in your head while you had your erection.
Yeah, dude.
That's something every comic wants to hear.
Now that's happened with every comedian up here. So
I think about Josh every time I'm getting a blowjob from a girl that's on fentanyl. That has a when she gets nude and I see that fentanyl patch, I think of you. But
also, I think Josh just had an allergic reaction to a nicotine patch.
Dude.
he has a nicotine patch, a fentanyl patch, or a patch. You sort of look like a cabbage patch. All right.
Don't forget about all the patches on the split jeans.
Whoa.
How hard was it for you to change the band name to Lady A?
Lady Antebellum. Lady Antebellum. She's a southern. She's a country band, and Antebellum represents slavery. And she was like, we're gonna change the Lady A. Completely different.
And then it turns out there was a female artist who's been Lady A for a long time, and Lady Antebellum sued Lady A.
Yeah, they sued her.
Sued.
She was like, we care about the
right.
black
Sued a black woman
from the past.
for changing after they changed their name to her name.
Yeah.
To be fair, that black woman had never been a slave, so she didn't really care.
What happened to you and David talk a lot? Because I feel like you two get along.
Yeah, we started working out together. So
You're just like, fucking Trump's the man. I can see the results for Trump.
Are we just gonna break past the fact that Tony took credit for your win today? No, that's what's funny. That's been the running joke with us. It's the only thing running.
I love it when you're on because all those jokes.
Well, he'll be off in a few minutes. Are you a Trump supporter? Good question.
No.
Josh. Oh, you're not?
No, I don't like the way that he talks.
I thought I heard you say that you were
I'm
like
a Republican.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So you're
I think that that's the problem is that
Right.
you can be a Republican and be like, you know what, man, I fucking like guns, but I don't like fucking idiots.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, you can cheat. Okay, I'm not looking for a slow clap. I appreciate it. But like, it's just
Keep going. It's okay. Ignore the band.
it shouldn't be a team sport, right? Now, like when that dude from Alabama was getting accused of trying to have sex with teenagers, all the Republicans should have been like, hey, you know what? We'll take the L on this one.
Right.
Democrats can have. We'll come back next time and beat you with a guy that doesn't fuck kids. But they said, you know, this is still our guy, and that's when I quit being a Republican.
Exactly. So now you're gonna vote for Biden in this upcoming election.
No, I just ain't gonna do it. So last time, I'm just gonna keep up for Gary Johnson. That's my guy.
runs every 4 years.
He wears a sport coat with blue jeans. That's my dude, man. I like that shit. He's business and casual all at the same time. Sport coat and blue jeans is like the mullet of attire, so I dig it.
Very interesting. You voted for in the past.
So, my grandma. Do the do extreme, baby. You know, that became the joke. It ain't right. Tony.
That's true. I think we talked about that. It's on the iTunes episode.
Tony did leave me first. I don't know, suppose, like, when I'm at a restaurant, it's okay.
I've always wondered why Quint has shown up to this show, and that
I was
Mitch, what's your social media again? At Mitch Burrow on everything. And Nolan Comedy. Beautiful.
Stuff is crazy. I got lies around the box. He figured out that answering emails, it was like 5 star emails. That's what he did. That's what Kevin Hart did. Because he followed Dane Cook. So, Rogan was the first with the podcast. Yeah, the one thing about Rogan is that he's consistent. Like, if he starts something, he holds himself. He's got very good instincts for his vision. Like that. I can't rely on acting. I watch too many famous people. The household names. They have to say, Jay Leno said that. You know, you got maybe a chair, and then you're in the chair, bro. And there are no exceptions. No. If you're going to put your eggs in the acting basket, I cannot tell you how many of you would have another house and didn't have 10 grand. I'm not joking. And I watched that and I was like, oh, I did this. I watched that. You know, I got to podcast with Steve Smith. I think if you think about it, so, you know, Kim was number 4 in Louisiana, and for a long time, it was in sports. And before anybody my age who had me doing, you know, I was making more on my podcast. I couldn't believe it. Because what is a podcast? It's like a renaissance. You know, I would walk in the room on Tuesday, okay? I'd walk into the comedy store, and it was Comedy Chaos with Sam Tribune Show. And let me tell you who's in the green room. Anthony Jeselnik, Joe Rogan, Bill Burr, Joey that was 2000, in the back of the car when COVID hit, he said, boy, you said to me, what the guy you got some, hey, boy, you're something crazy. I gained a Trump. I did say, maybe Trump, they're talking about shutting down the country for a week. I'm like, no way. He goes, yeah. First turn into forever. These huge areas. Yeah, that's what happens when you're 50. A year away from 60. You should have seen my pants on. We know this. So you never put they know that because I've been doing a lot of this podcast. So right now, Changed things up quite a bit over on the YouTube channel. And he's doing things like interact with the chat. It's in that way of some shows. So he's going down this shop show. I think he was like the show. Is that 93 where the job signed. Podcast has one picked up the job show. So there was a company back in his house. They say, you can do. Now, why did that is not getting a new podcast announced in January of this year. They're resigning Sean this is on speculation. Nobody knows where jumping in the unique. So still being sued by jumps to sue this guy. But no, we've done just crystalline job. The fact that it's gallery list, it's as the king of the state. The original show is not anymore. It's like a cancer.
Well, welcome to the Mike Holt Show, and today my Rothschild, and you're in California. Tell us a little bit about yourself, because you're a very interesting chap.
Oh, look who the kid is.
Hello.
Hello. All right, what did you accomplish today?
So I accomplished so many things. I accomplished my new and official email address for live podcast. It's on the Cessna. It's not Gmail. It's Cessna.
Okay, whatever.
So yeah, and I did my first episode on Rambo.
That's great. Good job. Okay. And you sound positive, so that's good.
The food I was my again madam make me nice.
So what else is new?
And I make another episode for arrangement for the next Friday to make another episode.
Oh, you okay? You got somebody else?
Yes, so
Phenomenal. Are you happy?
that's a bit.
Okay, just a little bit. Not very.
Yeah, I don't want to be like I am very what I have. So yeah, I am
Okay, I understand that.
God is a best.
There you go, big dog.
I don't know if I can say this on
Correct?
yeah, yes.
Okay. Are you excited about that?
I have what
Are you excited about that? Somebody.
I am like pretty good.
Okay. Are you proud?
And it will be in a birthday day. So that's nice.
The UFC will be on your birthday date.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with somebody from UFC.
Oh, okay. That's cool. And, understand what you do, and how long do you plan on speaking with them? For how long? For how long do you think? For how long do you think you're gonna speak with them? It will be completely up to them.
After that, yeah.
Okay, that works. And do you think that what are you going to talk about with them?
Someone. So I'm gonna.
Okay. All right, big.
So I don't think I am doing a good job.
Doing a great job, my man. Are you proud of yourself?
Ah, yeah, better that
You should be.
I can do always more.
You absolutely should be. Now, do you think that you will be able to upload everything to Rumble this week?
Maybe I will. I really can get tonight because I'm planning to get my night time shift and be up all night and upload it.
Okay, why are you gonna stay up all night?
Because I need to upload it and speed wins.
Do you think that's gonna work?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you excited to stay up all night and do it?
I I don't know. I don't know if I can, but yeah, so right.
All right. Well, I'm here for you, big dog.
Thanks. How did you survive a villain?
Oh, it's okay. I do my cool. I did. Did we talk? Did a podcast after we talked? I think yesterday. And 8 people on it, which is a and um. So when there are 8 people, you can't really necessarily dominate the conversation. But I did be a good guest. We talked about transhumanism. Do you know what transhumanism is?
I don't remember from our episode.
That's okay to live, like extend your life, and then maybe become something else. Just start uploading Rumble, and I'm here to keep you company.
Yeah, I will feedback by the time.
Oh, why are you leaving?
Because I'm not home.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, yeah, get home, and then when you're home, come in here, start uploading stuff. If you have questions, let me know, and I can help you make sure that your titles are correct.
Okay, yeah.
All right,
Okay,
big dog.
I you know.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
Take care, big dog.
10% ownership in that company. Everyone just like this every day, and you'll just walk down to nothing. Some guy's suing him. Oh, I own that. So now we see what they do. And say, I'm not standing this to pay this. Yes, one of those special chairs. Jesus Christ, Cybertruck. Yes, he did look right as they were announcing scaling back. It was an engine. To remind me, so horrifying. And then the other question. Answer my question. Answer storage boy. Why did your house have less land? They're highlighted and then they probably stale and boring because it's not connecting interesting questions. So all of these shows are just that guy and taking notes. That guy or a guy never met him. And you need some analysis. Start up a Patreon. And he said, all right, you join our Patreon. I'm going to do these daily episodes. And the way to do it is these answer questions that are pretty pointed and where I get the answer series. So he's like, sweet, I get a lot of hate. Internet was just talking about these things. So he's going to just ask me questions like, so now that's what he's doing. And unfortunately, if he's not going to answer questions, then hurt his feelings. Then
It's going to be up to Thick Boy Records to financial way here. Thick Boy for life. So I think that the fucking get rid of but I guess what's back in that war is new shit. Right here, it's new shit. And this is what we're jumping about. It's just what's everything.
We gotta do this thing. No one really wants to show by Ella Dibber, Ella King. Ryan, but this is another lady at 5. It is 12 with 7 months, which is 786. I mean, right, so the weekly tour portion depends on whether you count diaspora or digital readings. So in diaspora's car shop got follow-up for numbers 19, 1 through 25, 9, Haftarah, 9, 5, 5, 6, 6 through 8, 5, 6 through 6, 8. Real car shop Balak, Haftarah, 9, 5, 5, 6, 6 through 8. Main things cut. The combined portion includes several well-known episodes: the law, ritual purification, the deaths of Miriam and Aaron, Moses striking the rock, speaking to it. The bronze serpent raised to heal the prophet Balaam entered curses to come with Moab and Midian and the incident of Baal. Alright, well that's cool. Nobody. Well, really? People are gonna be like, that shit was the most boring shit of anything that you said. It's 144 days of GTA 6. I think that's just fuck. And we've been doing this for 183 days. Everybody knows that. Alright, are you done? On what note?
Image to emerge from the world of the Kabbalah. This arboreal conjures a kind of sacred geometry.
Folks. Look at this move. I mean, maybe is it more about the move or the athleticism? It's really unprecedented. What is this bullshit? Garbage. Yo, dog, are you fucking serious? It's the worst. Dog. Look at this move, yo. Folks. Are you fucking serious? Look at this move.
Just how that's supposed to work, just what the total mechanism behind magic is, remains contested and often theoretically understood. One of the clearest theoretical and practical language in the practice of magic found, surprisingly, in Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy. Specifically in the final chapters of each first book. In this episode, I want to explore language and magic. If you're interested in magic and medical my work on Patreon or have with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting one of the greatest work occultism ever produced. Agrippa's Great Books. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to the show. Where we explore the arcane philosophy and religion. Cornelius Agrippa's De Occult Way of Talking History. In fact, I would recommend taking a look at my general introduction to the occult philosophy of Agrippa in the episode linked in the card above. It'll help lay some of the historical groundwork for the more philosophical exploration of this episode. Agrippa laid out a highly developed account of the metaphysics of the occult by proceeding systematically through three distinct registers of reality: the terrestrial world, our world, the celestial world, the world of the stars, and the celestial world, the world of the divine. Or and manipulate this register of reality, the terrestrial world, our world, through various magical practices. The central magical work, the role and power of language to call forth divine and infuse our register of reality with both the power of their will, but also the power of the superior astral realm and intelligences there, and even beyond power of the divine. Of course, the concept of the power of magical patience is a basic commonplace and magic. The most short of that, I can steer the power of the isolate to do not the philosophy of moderators, respectively, mostly filtered through Thomas Aquinas. Here we have the human body composed of a ratio of the four corporeal bodies, that is to say, earth, air, fire, water, with the opposite of the affect spread the body in the spectrum of dignity. From the head, which is magnified for a reason, the more meaner extreme regions of the body are stoics who maintain the mind that is located in the heart. Agrippa locates in various. The inner sense of identity is divided into four, kind of. And those divisions are also divided into various practices. Or common sense, which unifies the data flowing from our outer senses into a coherent of reality. The imaginative faculty, which constructs novel representations from the common sense, or from memory, which is a fact important. It's the thing, however, that's most key in the discussion and for Agrippa, and that's the faculty of the fantasia, or the inward sense, which does a range of mental work, including forming judgments or claims. Now, when I said there are four faculty of, I said that because Agrippa also marshals this faculty to serve as the place in which connects the soul to the mind and thus to the supernal realm. This faculty receives and makes impressions from the tripartite soul, millennia of hella complicated intellectual development, but this is important because that is superior powers of both the app and the non-realm. The soul, again, following a relatively long self through the faculty, the competitive part of our soul, which inclines into its natural end, desire for nutrition or sex, is the realm of affect, positive and negative emotions, collective part of the soul itself, the quasi-divine, active intellect. Now, you're probably wondering about the exact distinction of the mind and the soul. Well, you can just go get in line with the rest of us who've been wondering about that exact relationship for about 2,000 years or something. Some philosophy, beginning with Plato and especially Aristotle, has proven incredibly vague accounts. Did you hear that bit a second ago about how our mind is called the intellect, quasi-eternal, and separate active? That diverges from what can be the single most perplexing few sentences in all of Greek philosophy, from Aristotle's De Anima, Book 3, Chapter 5, lines 438 and 25. What amounts to a paragraph of Aristotle became a mountain of interpretation in the millennia that followed, and no one, to this day, has any real sense of what in the hell Aristotle was talking about. Honestly, Agrippa's account here is pretty vague, and more than a little hand-wavy. The material he's dealing with is all the inheritance of ancient philosophy of mind, which at some level would be shelved, with beginning with the 1641 Meditations on First Philosophy by Descartes, and eventually the uptake of such a Immanuel Kant, to be a reason, and eventually into contemporary all those people that want to make a radical break between medieval thought and modern thought. Descartes. This concept of the natural reason is purely entering into its philosophical half-life. That's an argument for another day. Thomas Aquinas and much of these sections, in fact, through the entire book of occult philosophy. Here he argues how the passions make pressure on the other factors of the mind and, by extension, the physical body. These impressions can be so strong that they can physical distress, such as the fear of heights causing someone to tremble uncontrollably in cases of death from extreme despair or joy. Further extreme rage can, according to Agrippa and various philosophical or counseling sites, cause fire of lightning to emerge from the body. Sounds totally awesome. The tale and the power of Shimon Bar Yochai emerged from years of isolation created from Rome in a cave whereupon he emerged and his fierce judgment, what he took to be all the religious called burning rays to guilty lay their eyes. He returned to the cave and calmed down a bit before allegedly re-emerging and composing the sacred Zohar or the Book of Radiance. So, judges lay their eyes. Well, lay their eyes aside. But Agrippa turns his attention to the ability of the mind to super on the projections of your soul amplified via astral power by timing such effective projections with astrological alignments. So projections of anger can be amplified by study, amplified effects of Saturn. Of course, such projections can also be dampened by astral alignments as well. So it's generally established that mental and visual causation upon bodies is real at both super mundane levels. And his entire theory of magic rests and astral causation at bodies, especially when that causation is the result of will of the Magus. What Agrippa is doing here reveals his profound genius in philosophy's mind, rather unorthodox ends, or at least unorthodox for that time, seeing them as the very foundation for his theory and practice. And indeed, is perhaps the most decisive for his general theory of magic. Here he spells out how the three metaphysical realms are causally linked, and that magic is cause and change, specifically at terrestrial register, by invoking celestial and supercelestial powers through language, intelligence, etc. Start to impress themselves upon inferior powers, and the nexus of all of this is the mind which serves as a conduit through which such powers are. That's why, after all, this is an occult philosophy. Such connections which cause occult. This is why I think it's better to do this vast tome, not as 3 books of occult philosophy, but rather, right, the philosophy here isn't being Agrippa is literally writing a book to clarify it. Rather, it is 3 books of philosophy of the occult, or that which is hidden, namely the causal connections which bind the levels of reality by which the Magus changes that reality, which is, you guessed it, just what we call magic. Also, it's worth pointing out here that Agrippa relies heavily on a fragmentary work of Proclus called the Sacrificio in Magica, translated by Copenhagen as On the Priestly Art. While the Corpus Hermeticum gets all the play for reigniting interest in all things Hermetic, check out my episode on those Hermetic texts in the card above, this small fragment of Proclus basically laid down the groundwork for all of Renaissance magic and Western magic sense. In fact, really, I find Proclus endlessly fascinating. If I could do a Tarot of the Book Club, the first text that I want to read would be Proclus' Elements of Theology. But again, that's a story for another day. After this discussion from Proclus' establishes the causal nexus which links the various metaphysical realms, underwrites their manipulation and magical practice. A further key of this practice, the use of our intellect, that of our mind and soul connects us to the celestial and supercelestial realm, with words, signs, and characters being the vehicle, if you give us to use his language, Proclus' language, or whatever, by which the powers of those realms flow through the Magus, thus impacting the terrestrial realm. Language is an externalization of that connection, more powerful realm. describes how God exists in metaphysical detectives place. However, Agrippa did what he calls natural language, where the relationship between sign and signifier is metaphysically linked. In natural languages, there exists what he calls proper names, which bear a direct and implicit ontological connection between sign and signifier. By knowing proper name of a thing, one can manipulate the thing through the use of language as connected via the will of the Vegas as connected to the celestial actions, what are more powerful than to earth rather than in the very breath of the Vegas on which the magic power ever worked. That natural 20 that you roll 3 times in a row might really have been the result of such magical protected breathing. Though Agrippa is also rather clear that intention and belief are the flow of power from Vegas to be effective. It's as if this belief acts as a kind of blockage of the flow, and sincere belief in the operation are keys for its success, or to flow from the super celestial or celestial realms through the Vegas. They'll flow, otherwise disbelief acts as a kind of blockage, and thus the effects of the magic won't bear on the terrestrial realm. But according to all languages aren't completely equal. For him, the natural language was also the primeval language spoken by Adam in paradise, and the language closest to that. Indeed, Agrippa believes that means whether themselves or a reflection of the stellar array in the heavens. That publishing text, the Sacred Exile, a text which has a long link the 22 Hebrew letters and the 10 numbers in the speech and creation of God of the entire cosmos. Now you might begin to understand why all those magical diagrams you've seen tend to contain some Hebrew. Those found in Agrippa's trace Libri all the way to the infamous cycle of Baphomet. So, Hebrew already had a place in Western magic prior to Agrippa. Here is check Hethra, check out my episode on the card or exclusive other languages, something via the Tower of Babel, especially the more ancient, still retain some of this magical power. This may also explain the prevalence of some magical practitioners who prefer incantations, for instance, in Latin, all those movies, especially the closer experiences to Hebrew. It doesn't share the bit more of its power. In order to facilitate such magical practices, Agrippa provides a handy chart of Hebrew Latin alphabet along with their zodiac and calendar correspondence. Though, while we this is not echoed in the Hebrew alphabet, completely puzzling. In fact, this entire chart doesn't make sense and frankly seems wrong. Perhaps the printer didn't really put it together properly. Can't imagine. Agrippa also penned books of the 3 books, 3 of which are actually based on Hebrew and are found in texts of Jewish astrological magic, but in some sense actually stretch all the way back to the ancient magical papyrus. If you're the history of those symbols, my episode on that topic of these magical events mesh up earlier remarks about the natural magical power of Hebrew. practitioners in the centuries that followed were trying to look into occult matters. A topic for a future episode, sure. Philosophy of magic, which are a fascinating of millennia of magical theory and practice, incorporating elements from a wide of Jewish God on intense Christian romanticism in the future. What emerges in this book is a fascinating philosophical analysis, magic, conscious, synthesis, and innovation. If you want some more book recommendations on history books, occult philosophy, in the description below. Also have to admit that I haven't had the chance to look at the new Arabic translation of the three books, but I'm really looking forward to getting it, and I've heard good things. Again, make sure to contact on topic by taking a look at Patreon, or perhaps doing a one-time donation. Those links are below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on ideas that things just do at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly comfort from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the modern Hasidism in the 8th century. Exhaustive by any means, serve as a springboard for deeper study reflection and heights in Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to congregation for audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist regarding an introduction to Judaism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn watch the series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find these on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my content on topics of terrorism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism and hermetic by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate Jewish mysticism. So, to foremost, I just really want to thank everyone for taking the time to join me on this journey through Jewish mysticism. This is some of the weirdest stuff. I mean, it's sort of like ancient science fiction. And so I really appreciate folks taking the time to join me as we begin to explore some of this past, I think, really, really amazing and beautiful and very cultural literature. It's really, yeah, it's like scholars like Ash Bohr, amazing scholars of Marxism, who I really admire a lot. So having the room, that's so smart, and just like take the time to listen to me, I guess. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey entering the garden. As I mentioned in the email, the term garden here is from pardes, right, which is this big word in Jewish mysticism that often mystics are described as going down. In Jewish mysticism, we don't typically go up, which is a little unusual, right? We typically think of mysticism up towards God or whatever that is up there. But typically in Jewish mysticism, down into things. The mystical is this pardes garden. And what's really amazing is that we all get to enter this garden together. And I will say that in traditional Jewish lore, they found in the Talmud and through the Middle Ages, a really dangerous journey. In the very famous story, as you may know, in the Babylonian Talmud, in Tractate Chagiga, 4 people went down into the garden, and only one came out alive. Right? So one became a heretic, one became insane, one died, and only one, Rabbi Akiva, emerged. Domain of study, but it also has always had an undercurrent of danger, and we'll see some of that undercurrent of danger as we get into it as well. So, what kind of class is this going to be? How are we going to? I wear my analogy on my sleeve. I'm a historical materialist. So when I approach this material, I try to approach it from a story-minded, material understanding. And what that means is I try to locate historical ideas and persons and other kinds of concepts in the environment. I don't try to do something about my name. You have to do that in the world in which it got produced. What it might mean for your spirituality, for instance, is something that might just be, frankly, completely beyond me. Looking at the number of the major cities, Kabbalah. One of the things I really hope that you get out of this class as we work through it, for me, Kabbalah has always been incredibly intimidating. The books of the Kabbalah are big. And part of what I hope to do, give you and give you enough context that if you wanted to dive deeper into Kabbalistic books, you could do that. Right? So you can pick up a copy of the Zohar or the Sacred Yetzirah, Sink or Swim, that's probably so what I'm not going to do, and what my aim isn't in this class, is I can't make you a Kabbalist, right? I'm not Kabbalist, I don't identify as a Kabbalist, and so I can't make you a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to Kabbalist. And I ain't a rabbi, and I ain't no Kabbalist. So I don't have the ability to make you a Kabbalist. Now, that's not to say that some of these ideas might very well prove to be incredibly, if that's, but one thing is how I doubt to do Jewish mysticism, or if I did, I would be doing that in a different class. We're going to be studying it again from a academic perspective, as opposed from studying it as trying to be mystics. So we're not doing much in the way of meditating on Hebrew letters to measure the body of God, which was a thing in Jewish mysticism. We'll talk about it. Yeah, they measured the body of God. God has really long fingers. So we'll get to that. Means. So I'm just going to throw out a really speculative definition of what I'm going by mystical in this class. And here's that I go coming from a philosophic lens. And what I mean by mystical, in which one experiences or learns about fundamental, in addition to now, for traditionary right, I'm kind of on it, and Hebrew right, the word of truth on what this word is. When I say national, what I want you to hear is not inside of traditions or inside of cultural contexts or inside of religious settings. And so what they say, as daring as it might be, is always situated and only makes sense within a specific context. So it's not just irrational. They're not just saying random crazy things. Right? Sometimes mystics are thought of being somehow crazy or something like that. And that's not the case. But many mystics in many traditions how they think of Hildegard as being a great German Christian mystic. But when I say non-rational, what I do mean here is that they're not going to be giving us arguments. A mystic is not going to tell you A and B then C, and they're not going to be saying something like, I did an experiment, and from my experiment, my induction percent certainty that blah blah blah. They're not doing any of that. They're having visions, they're having experiences, and they're reporting back on the content of those experiences or the way that those experiences have trans-rational. I want you to hear neither irrational nor non-rational. Something in between. I should also say just a little bit on out of the gate. In the sort of sloppy vernacular that we use the term Kabbalah to describe all of Jewish mysticism. It's a bit of a mistake. The Kabbalah, right, is a very specific kind of Jewish mysticism that began to emerge in the 13th century. Now, century of the Common Era, mostly in southern France and Spain. So we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah to get there. And the Kabbalah wasn't cut out of whole cloth. It didn't just emerge out of. So many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, into which God sort of shriveled us, and we're going to have to do a little get there, but get there we will. So think about Kabbalah as a specific type of Jewish mysticism, and there are other Jewish mysticisms prior, although many of those prior forms of mysticism were absorbed into Kabbalah. So this is part of the reason why it's confusing. So, suffice to say, Israelite or Jewish mysticism extends probably back before history. What I mean by history, of course, here is just the history of writing, when the ancient Israelites began to write things down. And as we'll see in a moment, the earliest texts that have been recovered in Israelite literature are, interestingly enough, both composed by women and also both composed by mystic women. So we'll get to those in just a minute. But I think this is a weird thing that, for whatever reason, doesn't get enough press. That some of the earliest Israelite literature is by women mystics. So that doesn't get enough press. Here's what you're seeing on the screen here, left-hand side. This is an image of an amulet recovered from a burial site in Jerusalem called Ketef Hinnom. And what you're looking at is the earliest recovered archaeological section of the Hebrew Bible. So if you've ever wondered what the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible looks like, they're tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks that read a little bit of Hebrew, you probably read fiction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah, an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely the dead, to a supernatural, mystical appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead, probably. If you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this. And it's actually both sides, and it's tiny. That big. And the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are old Paleo-Hebrew letters. The earliest case in which we can talk about a form of mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing. We'll talk about it more in just a moment. And the other, of course, I'm sure many folks know, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people, and those people that Yahweh speaks to, in turn, speak on the behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that's where the word comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for in ancient Greek. So their God, or tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people, communicated to people. Now, typically, when gods speak to people, that is non-rational, right? That's not rational. It's not rational, right? It's not like you're making a logical, deductive, arguing view. And yet, it's more often taken seriously and sometimes killed history. But it's very clear Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East that prophecy was a vocation. So Yahweh told them, this is really important in two distinct ways. One is that Yahweh does something there with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And that is Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. Their vassal contract is just what it sounds like. The vassal contract is where a lesser power is to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. Think about this in terms of protection money, right? The local mob boss comes down and says, you can get hurt out here. You might want to pay us a little money to protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you, right? And so, in many it's actually structured a lot like a vassal contract. In fact, if you read ancient Near in the writer of the Torah in certain sections of the Torah are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. And one of the things diplomats would have known almost always a vassal state versions are they're got a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a god and not another country, which means that you're subservient fundamentally to some other being and not the king of Babylon or whatever. Now, this doesn't go well for the but it does establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying if you have a contract, contracts are always involved. You getting things out of the deal. Well, the Israelites vow that they believe one God, Yahweh, they vow get the land, right, and all the rest. Right? If they keep their side of the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. The only thing about Jewish history, that relationship was rocky. Let's call it rocky. And this didn't for lots of reasons. Other things that broke down in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelite community where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those called prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. It was almost always the prophet. You never invite a prophet to a party. He'll ruin any party you go to because they'll mostly spend all their condemning everything you have. So prophets are a kill of all times. So prophets go from ancient Israelite and all their ancient Near East literature are widely attested. Institutional prophet, we'll talk more about prophecy in a minute. Here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and there is cuneiform script on that liver. This is from the old Babylonian period. And what you would do, if you wanted to figure out the will of the gods, is that you kill an animal, typically a sheep, and you would take out their liver, obviously, and you would inspect it. And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide. And so if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds of markings on the liver, livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth, but they sometimes have all kinds of markings. And you can see here there's a old can, and it will tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things is going to die. And so there have been, by the way, 100 from ancient Mesopotamia and divination. What is known when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets conjure what idea might be your mind about what a prophet's predicted. Binders predicted the future. Prophets communicated. The God would tell the prophet stuff, and then they would tell other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict. In fact, in the Hebrew, there's only a couple of occasions where one time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so very few prophets attempt to predict the future in the ancient world. That is a different job. We now think of prophet, but that's a modern idea, much more than ancient Israelite idea, or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people, right? So, ancient, in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israel religion. I'm going to be very. We think that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahoo there in Hebrew, which is an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this coin was meant throned, winged throne chariot. This is being sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in the book of Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. I don't know how many people have seen this image before. Show of hands or things like this. Have seen it. I think it's very interesting. They see an image like this. They think of the idea that you're depicted. But clearly here along the point is Yahweh. I also like that Yahweh has a six-pack. I really appreciate that. Appearing is a relatively common motif in ancient religions. In fact, many ancient religious rituals were meant to compel the god to appear. This would be in temples and other kinds of locales, and you would do rituals to make the god appear to you. And so, what's interesting theophany, God appearing, is that sometimes the Israelite writers, like the image of a king image, to read the section in the theophany of Isaiah, that's exactly what you get. Is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. And in text, most famously the text of the theophany to Moses, that Yahweh said, if you see me face to face, you'll die. You cannot see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy, it does say you saw me face to face. Real problems. We do see images where God appears to the Israelites, always occluded somehow. Mentions the book of Exodus as God is hidden in hell, which means something like the darkness. It's all kinds of light, and the light all around where the God is, but the God itself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So it appears, but God also hidden at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate. On the one hand, they want to claim, our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai, and this is our contract. We have a contract with God. That's what makes us equal. And on the other hand, our God, and here's the main accounts we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three, right, or four actually. We have the theophany to Abraham, or Abram at that time, right? His name hasn't been changed yet. For Abram, God appears to Abram and says, hey, follow me and do what I said, right? Move out of Canaan, and move to Canaan and set up shop there. Learn a lot about God in that instance. The other three of the theophany, that is in the burning bush, so notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. The voice comes out of the bush, a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a religion to God that they want to keep separate. Perhaps other religions. Although I will say that the two most important theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the ones to the prophet Isaiah and Ezekiel. And I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're strange, especially Ezekiel 1. It's notorious. But the one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, you do not want Yahweh showing up for you, right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your drinking partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do shoot to see being, they're quaking in their boots. The text says they are quaking, like literally, they're shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible and extending into other mystical literature, is that the full of all, the word is negative. All full is bad, all some is good. Some all is okay. Like a rainbow, a lot of all is bad. It's all full. But when God appears to you, when Yahweh appears to the Israelite prophets, it is a terrifying experience. We even have their bodies physically shaking, sweating, they lose speed, things like that. The thing is that the instances of Ezekiel, we have Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a willy-nilly way. I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious in Siberia, and this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this context and applied more generally. I'm a bit skeptical of that process. I don't like using terms like that in kind of a brotherly way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert, or the shaman, is able to withstand a visitation from Yahweh needs to be done. And so, in much in the same way that traditional shamans will often travel to the spirit world in order to cure people, it seems like something in the Israelite legacy where the shamans are visited by Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of, and the idea is by rising society on religious and social terms, then the Israelites are their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't cure individual people. You can think about them much more misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think that the term does track, at least in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets Isaiah and the prophets Ezekiel, the literary record that we have in the Hebrew Bible, probably actually represents an experience of Ezekiel and Isaiah. Probably did experience some kind of mystical, and they record that recording of it found in the Hebrew Bible. Ezekiel read other Eve is really unusual as a person. He seems to do really extreme things like lie in the street naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of we don't know. I mean, it's not for me to pathologize Ezekiel or to diagnose him, because I haven't time or the ability to do neither. But from the record, it seems like Ezekiel had some other kind of mental health concerns, we would say now, which is also right that a shaman in one culture right, is completely normal. But you take them out of that capitalism where they can't work, and now your culture. Ezekiel is clearly a respected member of society, and now he might be instituted. So again, this is how these things can shift enormously through time. It's also worth noting here that Ezekiel and Isaiah, the theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah, which the Isaiah one is also very terrifying I'm going to die, I'm finished. Like, I'm going to die. He's anointed by God to tell the message of it. What's the more of Jewish mysticism called Merkava literature, chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism this was mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, American mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this chariot, you should always keep in mind, right? Is going to be very important. Just as a preview, American mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the rabbinical elite would descend in the palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet with various angels, and they would show angels through the various heavens. They're not up, they're going down in the mystical dark days. They go down to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body, which I know that Jews are not supposed to see God as a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God. Literature. And in some cases, they were the throne of God. So you're going to transform into an angel. All you have to do is bypass a bunch of scary angels and sit on the throne of God. No big whoop. No big whoop. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we will get to it in a couple of weeks. So again, American mysticism, the theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. So as I mentioned earlier, prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's no way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that Egypt have a quasi-prophetic document called the Prophecy of Nefertiti, which is very highly made. The gods just didn't interact human beings in the same way that they did in the wider Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. We have ancient Egyptian religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best adaptation of properly is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn down the main temple, the main library of Ashurbanipal. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was preserved. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the Library of Ancient Alexandria, but over in Iraq. It has tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets that are in great shape because burning libraries down now, right? The books tend to burn, that's bad. Cuneiform library, right? Those tags are all preserved on clay tags. They got burned down, hopefully wouldn't have survived. So we have the entire library of Ashurbanipal. It's in the British Library because they're great at stealing things. And so what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. And the ancient context, what they would do is that individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king, tablets, and then the tablets would be stored in Pastor Venable, their tablets, and then archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. One person, Isaiah is at least written by three people, right? At three different times with three different agendas. All of the Davidic texts got edited together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophet that we now know as Isaiah. Literary and material culture and Syria is also attested in ancient Israel, because ancient Israel isn't special. Now, I know that some of us were raised with this job, but the ancient Near Eastern people, and they didn't have their ancient Near Eastern people did. Sorry, not. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy. We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both the Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. Whatever the dancing was, it seemed to have given it got them into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout what the God had to tell them, and just write those ecstatic utterances down. Now, they also engaged in laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, among the Maya people. Their tongue or their genital self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamia. It seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably, so the whippings, to get them into a state about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting even into an ecstatic. I don't intend to find. Self-harm was also part of this. Also notice ancient Israel law, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, specifically things like tattooing and yourself on the head. So it seems like you knew about these practices and forbid them. So if you've ever heard things that it actually comes from those times of those kinds of laws. Although also there's a perception rate still. We also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophets. Also, what's I think really important that doesn't get talked about enough is that we have a third gender that is specifically connected to goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the version of the name Ishtar. We know that the goddess Ishtar would convert your from typically male gender, man gender, to another gender called Asinu. And these Asinu prophets have their gender converted by Ishtar. While you were converted to this Asinu gender, this third gender, you would be serving the goddess Ishtar probably in a ritual sex work in the temple precinct. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because this is that we only attest a certain gender with its own kind of the group here actually moon person, but moon person is in the masculine gender in Acadian. So clearly moon is associated with female people, whereas the and your gender typically men. I don't know if there's any cases of women being assigned to be a scene proxy about that, FYI, with the Greek of that by the SPL called Prophets, Male and Female. I put it in the chat. That is the most extensive study of prophecy. We only know of Canaanite non-Israelite prophet, and that is Balaam, son of Beor, who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a the wall is plastered, and he's mentioned on the plaster of the wall. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language, it's Moabite, and so existed and been quite famous. In fact, he's from the side of the Bible. So he was famous enough that the Bible had to include him, and he was so famous that texts survived. If they existed, which they very well did, they very well likely did, they didn't survive. The reason they were written down on papyrus and simply didn't get copied because of the eventual supremacy of the Israelites and Gaullism. It could be that they haven't been discovered yet. But we do not have prophets, non-Israelite prophets, leaving behind literary record. Unlike here, this is probably one of the most ancient Near Eastern. This is called the Descent of Ishtar, where he sends into the underworld. I've read it before. I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It is a description of Ishtar going into the underworld, ultimately becoming trapped there and escape. And into the underworld journey is pretty typical, again, on literature from the ancient world, in which women are the central focus. Unlike in the Israelite where it's all dudes all the time. In Israelite prophecy, it's state of affairs. Very complicated state of affairs. Prophecy was a core component of ancient Israelite society. We know of hundreds of prophets from the ancient analysis. What that means is that Yahweh was perceived as being something you could village Yahweh, right? Yahweh at Yahweh.com or Gov. And so prophecy was widely attested. So first thing that we know is that prophets occurred in both genders. We have both women and men prophets. And in fact, the oldest literature attested in these literature from women, specifically attributed to, as you may know, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Deborah. Of the Sea and the Song of Deborah are what we call warband prophecy. Warband prophecy was a very common prophecy all throughout the world, in which they had with their god, and what happened is you would consult the prophet about military matters, and then after you won, assuming you did it, the prophet would sing your praises as having won on behalf of the god. And that's exactly what we have in the Song of Deborah and the Song of Miriam. The Song of Deborah probably is probably Bronze Age or very early Iron Age account of a tribal conflict in which one group of people killed the other, right? Tells the story of Yael driving a spike through a dude's head, which is metal. Yeah, 10 spikes is a thing. And where the Israelites were able to escape or at least defeat the Egyptians in that case. So I think that's what's interesting about this. That the earliest pieces of literature we have from the ancient Israelites survive are their accounts of the gods speaking, their accounts of the gods speaking to women. And they indicate, and again, I have two pieces of evidence here that women served a unique role in very, very archaic Israelite prophecy to help the battle, or it may be the case that some extra kind of connection to Yahweh. We just have no idea. It's conspicuous that this earliest piece of Amos, the like the warrior really dislikes the fact that they are poor people. If you've ever read that great section on Yom Kippur, right, where it says, "This is a fast I want. I don't want you fasting from food and water. I want you fasting from all kinds of social injustice." That's Amos, right? And so those pieces that are really big in our tradition, because more progressive people come from the prophet Amos, an independent employed hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states. They would often act so. For instance, if you thought that the king would be gored by anyone, the prophets would actually have gore, like the horns made of iron, and they would dance around with the horns of iron in a very theatrical way, it seems, and that these theatrical shows and theater really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. Here, Assyrian state, a huge of prophets. It also seems like, by the way, FYI, Near Eastern peoples did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrians, ancient Babylonians had developed very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it, clear, and they rejected it not because they knew better. It wasn't like the ancient Israelites somehow knew that astrology was wrong. It's probably just that they were jealous and they didn't have a sophisticated math. But the ancient Israelites do not like the idea of astrology. Rather, they like direct contact with their God. And none of them saw it coming. We also know that there were Roman prophetic bands. These are sort of prophets that sort of roamed around the countryside. We know they had leaders. Samuel was a leader of such an band of roaming prophets. Also note that they would roam around, play music, and they would dance. Again, this is more dancing and music were attested in ancient Israel. One of my things I have no idea what you need this music was sounded like. My idea is that it was always like, I have no idea what their music sounded like. We have some vague ideas. Instruments that, for instance, the king Saul, first Israelite king, came in touch with one of these roaming bands of ancient Israelite prophets. And he also immediately said, normalized. It was a thing that could be expected of David. So these bands would come to your town, and you might go into an ecstatic state in communion with music all way. We do know of several engaged in prophecy, and they have some cases very high rankings in society. The prophetess Huldah. Huldah is primarily known from the book of the King Josiah, the Judahite king. Finds a Torah scroll in a wall. Has it written down to justify his political agenda. And basically it's a piece of propaganda from the state. But Huldah, actually, a woman prophet who is an immigrant, a refugee from she's living in a suburb of Jerusalem, and she's been sold as true as it is. Ranking their power as prophets. They were not allowed to be priests, but they were allowed to be prophets, and they could do things as high level as basically that scripture. And again, I want to restate that. Some folks here, this woman vetting the legitimacy, that is enormously important in the history of Judaism, of religion. I think more generally, considering how women are on almost every level in this historical thing. The ancient Israelites vetted the twilight woman class. The woman Huldah. We know virtually nothing about her, but clearly she was considered to be. To know that there were professional, but that is to say, prophets whose job it was to be a prophet, who got paid. I don't know, you got 9 to 5 job and you were a prophet. Okay, prophet you get. I don't know if they did, but local prophet 1 number 95. Professional prophets, sometimes they're called Ish Elohim, men of God, and these were often associated also with miracle working and what may be better described as magic. These would be folks like Elijah and Elisha, who the only account of people being resurrected from the dead and both associated with Elijah and Elisha. And so, on the one hand, they represent in divine duels, as you may know, on winter rains, basically an agricultural animal, to show how the gods. And so, what we know most famously about Elijah was Elijah challenged the prophets of Baal to a duel, and subsequently murdered them all by cutting himself when they lost the duel. If that rings of Ida or Dash to you, yes, this is a brutal world. And whether the story happened or not, we don't know. The writer that recorded it, published in it, at least meant that they wanted it to happen. Whether it really happened in duel, he would engage in these prophetic duels. I read that story, and King is really worth reading. Elijah was a weird dude. And society. He's not even an Israelite. He's constantly called a Tishbite, right? And so as a Tishbite, he may have not even been Israelite. He's a kind of fringe that people have a very strange relationship with, and we continue to have a strange relationship because he didn't die allegedly, and now we invite him into our homes, right? We have like 500 people one time. Who do you invite into your home? This guy murdered about 500. We also had prophets seem to have been both ecstatic and non-ecstatic, which is to say that some of them went into future states. We might call them ecstatic states. They should have prophecy, others change of prophetic techniques. Unfortunately, what we don't have is any accounts in ancient Israeli literature about how they did this. We have the dance and they play music. Nothing else. And yes, I know some of you are probably wondering if they do drugs. Probably not. At least if they did, it's recorded, right? Like, smoke some weed or what, or even drink alcohol. Many of the prophets are actually sworn off of alcohol as part of their prophetic vocation. So we don't have much evidence of substance use in the prophetic literature. However, archaeology is an element. What we recently found at a site called Tel Arad, which is the Yahweh shrines survived in the ancient world. We found on the top of one of the altars was cannabinoids, and so we know that room brought in some cannabinoids. Maybe we don't know, right? But we found rods that have been destroyed, and so the Shiloh one has never been found. But maybe they were getting contact. I would encourage you to do your experiment and see what works for you. So I do not know. But by the way, that find about the Tel Arad cannabinoid thing was just like so. People who think after they found it, they just didn't test it. That shrine's been sitting in the Israel Museum for like 30 years. They just didn't test it for some reason. And so some guy scraped it and was like, "That's weed in here." That's the thing. The image on the left-hand side here is the scroll. This is from the Habakkuk Pesher. This is a commentary. This is the first commentary we know of in Judaism. Our love the right books. This is Habakkuk. Is actually being read as a esoteric. The commentator believes that inside of the prophecy of Habakkuk are secret things that are going to happen. And so, if you've ever heard curious people say that they found certain things in the Bible that describe in the future, this is the first guy or person to do this. Is in about Pesher found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can find this document in any collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But again, what's important to note here, right? Even the idea that you can mine a prophetic piece of literature, the first time we see it actually happen in Israelite literature is in this commentary on Habakkuk. So you can read the book of Habakkuk Pesher in the Dead Sea Scrolls and look at that one. This is also on display in the Shrine of the Lord. You can see the Great Isaiah Scroll because they think that it's the biggest one, But just so you know, if you go to the Shrine of the Lord, the Isaiah Scroll is a replica. It's not the real one. That one's the real one stored in a bunker somewhere. But the Habakkuk Pesher is the real one. And it's nonsense or they don't care. And now we're looking at it with this weak fanboy of the house pressure. So there we have it. We know basically nothing about the material culture of the ancient prophets, aside from the books that get written down. Clearly, the scribes that wrote these books down, all of them as incredibly important and copied them. We know nothing about their. We also know very little about the phenomenology of this. Phenomenology is the $2 word that means the experience of this. What was it like to be experience this ecstatic state? We know very little about it because ancient Israelites, like many ancient cultures, just didn't put as much emphasis on subjectivity that we do. We are in our book, we have memoirs, right? In the way that we read. Basically, never. It's like, and he got angry. Or they are sad, and they move on. Of these characters, because they didn't care about it as a look, right? It's not like Russian romanticism or something. And the phenomenology of the experiences, aside from they were apparently very scary. That's it. Right? So we know that ancient Israelite prophecy, ancient Israelite mysticism was a social anchor. It was a political anchor. It was an economic anchor. It was employed by a court. This is a part of the economy, right? This was no marginal thing, nation. But we know very little about it. From a material culture point of view, unfortunately. We do know destroyed in 722 BCE. Ancient Judah was destroyed in 586. And if your country gets destroyed, well, you don't have a job anymore. If you're alive, right? And we know there are prophets operating in the exile. Is one of them. Jeremiah flees into Egypt. So we do know that they escaped, but we know that they did not survive Eden's destruction. Why? Well, it could be a lot of things. One of the reasons it could just be that they got killed. Another reason we didn't see it coming. Y'all, again, if your astrologer doesn't see the thing coming, well, use a different astrologer. So part of the problem of divination is if you don't see the things coming, like your whole country being destroyed, well, that shakes confidence in your ability to for your God. Also, we also know that prophets just weren't terribly popular in some way. I mean, the social critics. People hate social critics, right? People, listen, you're rich and God hates you for it, and God's going to condemn you because of your wealth and your right? No, like wealthy people, powerful don't like to be told that they empower or evil, right? And they're also to prevent them from saying that. And so prophets often got themselves killed for saying these kinds of things. So it could just be that they were also always. As the situation, what ends up happening literally shifts away from condemning religion, right? You will hear shift to what's sometimes been referred to as the Yahweh motif, or the day of the Lord. When I say Lord, it always makes me feel like I'm a Southern Baptist. I can make that word really long. Lord. Anyway, basically what it comes to is prophets more or less say God has abandoned gonna kill you all out. Right? And so there's a kind of prophetic frustration that seems to set in, where the prophets are increasingly thinking about it more than the Babylonians. What ends up after the Judean, the prophet I probably have, that doesn't mean people continue being weird. It's just that they're weird, new kind of weird. And that new kind of weird, right? That new kind of weird is apocalypse. I to do with the end of the world. This isn't going to mean in this case. But, right, what we will do is we'll return next week to talk about the rise of demons, the end of the world, the battle between good and evil, right? The Messiah. We haven't talked about any of that yet. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is the prophet knew about that stuff. Israelites didn't really concern themselves with those kinds of things. It's the apocalypse that do. And so when we get back next week, we'll talk about the rise of people who have vision of angels and demons. Visions of the afterlife. Really believe in an afterlife. They believe in a place called Aeon forever. There's no demons living in there or anything like that. It's a massive innovation in Jewish religion in the aftermath of the end of prophecy. Rather than the prophets speaking to God, right? Rather than Yahweh speaking to prophets, what's going to end up happening is it's going to be from an oral culture, God speaking to the prophet, and this prophet speaking for God, God is going to show things to people. Like visual culture rather, we're going to switch from an oral culture to a visual culture. Apocalyptic is going to bring in the course of a new form of Judaism, and that new form of Judaism is going to be really weird, with a lot of weird meanings and things like that. I will say this, just as we wrap up for tonight, prophetic Judaism did not completely go away. There continued to be prophets from time to time that did speak on behalf of Yahweh. Jesus, as I like to call him, it's probably the case that Jesus version of Joshua. He probably thought of himself as speaking on behalf of to get themselves killed pretty consistently. And what we'll also see through the Middle Ages, through the rise, is a Nubitic covenant where Abraham Abulafia will actually develop the first mystical techniques for getting a vision of God, and we actually have the techniques to get it. Prophecy is not completely gone away, but it has a half-life. That it passed away, but it has a half-life, and there continue to be prophets from time to time in Judaism. They also continue to have a pretty bad life. Abraham Abulafia was excommunicated and condemned, but I don't recommend. You're going to be happy. Don't be a prophet. And if you want to make others happy, don't be a prophet. Thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism. On the 10th of December, the Nobel Foundation's citation states that the prize is being given to the recipient for their services to the advancement of chemistry by the discovery of the elements radium and polonium. For the awardee, this is not a wholly unique event. She has experienced this before. I've previously been awarded the degree. The woman becomes the person to ever receive would not be equal for Harman, Curie, to science. The woman known as Marie Curie was arrested as being born on the 7th of November 1867. Warsaw, Poland. Full name Maria Ptolemaea Skłodowska Władysław Skłodowski. He was a teacher of mathematics and was passionate about education and science, and fluent in both Russian and French. He was born in Poland at a time when the country was controlled by Russia, and he hoped to influence his students to work towards an independent Poland in the future. His family were of the same attitude. His father, Joseph, the head teacher, had fought in the 1813 Polish uprising against Russia. Marie's mother was Bronisława Lwowska. She had become the head girls' school in Warsaw, and she and her husband moved, provided by the school. Both Bronisława and Władysław came from the landed gentry in Poland, but had lost their titles and lands during the years of Russian oppression. Rooms in Bronisława's Marie was youngest in the family. It was known as Mania, with 4 older siblings. Sophia, born in 1860, Joseph, born in 1800, and Helena received a promotion to the role of assistant director in a school in 1868. Bronisława gave up her head teacher role to focus on looking after her children, and the family moved to accommodation provided by Władysław's employer. Bronisława cared for and taught her children alongside her husband when he was at home. He put in a learning schedule, exercise, reading, and plenty of play. Bronisława also made shoes, so looked after her brother-in-law, Zbigniew, who suffered from tuberculosis and stayed with the family for some time to recuperate. Family often used the summer time to holiday with relatives in the countryside. A well-anticipated escape from the oppressive atmosphere of Warsaw to the of Russian authorities. Mara had been born in Warsaw at Ronczu's time, long after an attempted Polish revolution against Russia. Poland had established a commonwealth with Lithuania in 1569. But in 1772, the prosperous attacks from neighboring the Union, neighboring states, Austria, and Russia. Poland was repressed most strongly under Russian rule, and this repression increased in the face of Polish revolts and calls for reform. There had been a failed Polish in 1830, and in 1863 also defeated. Leaders were hanged in public, and the Warsaw Royal Castle was turned into a barracks by the Russian military. After the 1863 revolt, Many people in Warsaw wore black in mourning the insurrection, and for those who had died fighting in it. Several members of his extended family had been involved in the fight in the 1830 rebellion. Her paternal uncle, Stislav, escaped to France following the attempted revolt in 1863. Her maternal uncle, Henrik, fighting in the same revolt, had been sent to Siberia along with thousands of solution in an attempt to put an end to the Polish rebellion. Russia introduced the policy of, under this policy, Russian or German. Signs on shops were written in Russian Cyrillic rather than in Polish. Schools were inspected to ensure their teachings reflected system that fought to maintain their national culture through non-violent and often clandestine means, believing that this would prepare future generations for while the Polish language was banned in public. Families like this were continued to educate their children to read bans the equivalent by the Russian authorities. Unfortunately, he was demoted from the post of assistant director of his school in 1873, seemingly because he was resented by one of his Russian, which left the family in a financially strained position. Further misfortunes were to befall the Skłodowski family when mother became unwell with tuberculosis. Władysław spent much marked improvement. This increased the financial difficulties the family were experiencing, and the decision was made to turn their home into a boarding school for students. Difficulties continued, however, with some of the family contracting typhus in 1874, perhaps because of the overcrowded nature of their new living arrangements. Sophia, who had a couple of rest cure excursions, died as a result of contracting the disease in 1870. To her family, in particular, for mother Bronisława, who took a sharp decline, who died in 1870. Marie took the death of her mother very badly and with ration. Despite these blows to the Skłodowski family, Marie continued to demonstrate a high level of intelligence from an early age. She had begun her education at school at which her mother had been headmistress. Later, she was sent to a school a little closer to the family's home, along with her elder sister Helena. The headmistress worked hard to ensure her students received a good education, despite Russian control. Whilst history and language dominated their learning, when inspectors arrived, the teacher would quickly change the language or subject they were teaching. In order to present a curriculum which conformed to Russian standards, Marie's presentation conformity to Russian rules. On one inspection, taking their Polish history book class, Marie was asked to recite the lineage of the Tsars in writing. Her teacher, which she did perfectly. Despite this unconventional educational experience, school she needed a new challenge. The school in Warsaw that Marie attended was government-run, compliant with the demands of the Russian inspectors. She often spoke of this period, particularly regarding her teachers, whom she wrote were hostile to the Polish nation, and she could be quoted first in her class in 83 at the age of 15, winning and receiving a gold medal. Doing so well, she was looking forward to a career and some degree of financial independence, and so she would have to go study, something which her father's limited finances could not cover. Indeed, he made the decision that she should spend a year in the country with family, rather than being depleted through several fewer trips to finance. But he had also invested heavily in his brother-in-law Henrik's plan to run a mill, an ill-fated decision which resulted in the loss of the family savings. Nevertheless, Mari's time spent in the company of her uncles and cousins seems to have been in contrast to her previous years spent studying. This was helped by the fact that the more rural areas in which they lived subject to Russian oppression, and those who lived there Polish and follow Polish traditions with a traditional Polish party where the attendees travelled house to house in a horse-drawn sleigh to be northeast of Warsaw, alongside her sister Helena, on invitation from a former student of her mother. Who was now a countess. When Ma returned to Warsaw, she moved back in with her father. He had moved to smaller lodgings and made the decision not to continue his boarding school. He was still experiencing financial difficulties and associated with further study, especially for those studying abroad, mainly for reading and continuing her education independently, yearning to follow in the footsteps of the women in her mother as a headmistress, established at university. The Grand Study Group was set up, homes of those women by 1889, meeting in secret around Warsaw. Her return to Warsaw, Mari and her sister Bronia began to study in this secret institution. Mari was also giving lessons, later became a governor in order to finance her elder sister Bronia's Paris. Bronia in turn agreed to help Mari to follow her to Paris to begin her studies. With this plan for the two sisters, Mari started his family, the Zorawskis, in a rural area called Sztuki. She was responsible to herself and three other children aged 10 years, 3 years, and 6 months old. She had a good relationship with the eldest girl, and the three would struggle to 10, whom she found inattentive and forgetful. She continued herself through reading, and with her commitment to social change instilled by her father, took on the task of teaching a group of local peasant children how to read. She continued to study in arrangements with the parents, complaining in a letter to her brother about having to learn solely from books rather than any exposure to laboratory work. At one point during her time in Sztuki that Mari met her employer, Kazimierz his vacations from university, where he was staying. However, Zarowski admitted to Mari's heartbreak and continued misery of unemployment. He began to resent her sister and brother, who were both at university, writing that, "I have lost hope of ever becoming anybody." Despite Mari's despondence, she worked out the rest of it with the Zarowskis in 1889, returning to live with her father before taking a new tutoring role, accepted a new role as a student, and was now in the position to send money to Claudia, who was studying in Paris, and pay back Mari. She began Joseph's Scottish studies in physics and chemistry, pursuing scientific studies was unusual for a woman. At the time, many considered women were not admitted to scientific societies, and only in the latter part of the 18th century had women become accepted into some universities. In 1890, Mari's sister Bronya studied at medical school in Paris and engaged to a medical student as a means to invited Mari to come and live with them. Despite formal scientific study, showed some hesitation, worried about leaving her home. But in 1891, she made up her mind and left for Paris in November. Studies in science at the Sorbonne, a college at the University of Paris. She was one of very few female students. There were only 210 females studying recreationally rather than in pursuit of a degree, and focusing on studies of a domestic nature rather than on the sciences. Mari traveled to Paris as cheaply as possible, fourth class of the train, and having to bring her own chair as none were provided. Mari only stayed briefly with her sister and brother-in-law before moving to her own apartment in the Latin Quarter of Paris, away from the chatter of her brother-in-law, which initially she found her studies difficult, country work before, but she was single-minded in her focus, neat when engrossed in her studies. She made some friends, but prioritized her work above all else. Often avoiding social occasions. She lived frugally in a cheap, unheated flat, a budget of only 3 francs per day, but she did not appear to suffer overly from these deprivations. In fact, she delighted in the sense of independence, having broken away from being employed in us, although she still tutored to have an income. Her family did worry about her, her right to her father about his concerns, but her continued focus on her work paid off in her academic results. Mari had arrived in Paris at a time of the French defeat in the Franco-Prussian, with some later strength of the German research teaching in France, with investment in the form of modern laboratories and classrooms, as well as an increase in the number of employees in faculty. Mari benefited from studying under some of the best scientists and mathematicians mathematicians based in France, and in 1893 in physical sciences, after which she returned home briefly. Shortly after, she had a scholarship, which allowed you to study abroad with a focus on mathematics. She later ensured that she put the benefactors so that other Polish students could benefit. Returning to Paris and graduating with her degree in 1894, she also met Pierre for the first time at the home of a friend. His father, Eugène, was a doctor who had conducted doses inoculations, and his mother, Claire, came from a family of inventors. He was born on the 15th of May 1859, being almost 10. He had a brother, Jacques, who was 3 years his senior, and whom he was very close to. The two brothers worked alongside each other while conducting research. Having been taught at Pierre had an aptitude for maths and science, a Bachelor of Science at just years of age. He and Jacques worked together on the symmetry of crystals and designed an electrometer that could measure small amounts of current precisely. Pierre was director of laboratory work of physics and industrial chemistry. Marie and Pierre developed a friendship over their shared interest in the sciences and spent much time in the laboratories and scientific societies in Paris. After Marie came second in the studies in maths in 1894, she returned to Poland, care for her farm as well as towards home. Pierre requested a shared flat with separate rooms so that they could continue to win their scientific studies in pursuit of their scientific dream, as he wrote. Her ambitions of studying in Poland were dashed, however, after she was unsuccessful in gaining a place in Krakow University. Despite her misgivings about leaving her native Poland, to return to Paris, moving into her own apartment and attending Pierre's thesis presentation in March 1895. They became closer, and Marie wrote to her family to announce her engagement in the summer. Pierre Curie and Marie married on the 26th of July 1895 in Sceaux, the hometown of her husband's family. It was a simple civil wedding, with no rings and only a small reception at Pierre's parents' house, but it was attended by Marie's sisters, and Helena, father. Despite being out in a laboratory, and used most of the money to buy 2 bicycles on which she and Pierre enjoyed a brief honeymoon tour of France, sharing their love of nature through exploring woods and wildlife. After the honeymoon, Marie and Pierre moved into Paris, and soon after, Pierre received his doctorate and was appointed as a professor at his previous workplace, the Pole College of Physics and Industrial Chemistry, resulting in an increase in salary. Many women of the era who were of the same study once married in order to devote themselves to domesticity. However, she continued her study, having received grant to research the magnetic properties of steel. She was also studying for a teaching qualification because, as a woman, it was near impossible for her to find a salaried research project, and she completed this qualification in 1890. Continues, she managed her significant household responsibilities and finances, which she documented with precision. She became pregnant in 1897, but never took the bed rest mostly of her class were recommended and continued working and with Pierre on their bicycles. Gave birth to a daughter, Irene, on the September 1897, under the care of Pierre's physician father. Eugène Curie continued to support caring for Irene, alongside hired nursemaids, moving in with Marie and Pierre after his wife died from cancer 2 weeks. Birth. He formed a strong with his granddaughter, interests in science, and she began to consider. Scientific research had been spurred on by the discovery of X-rays by William Röntgen in Germany in December 1895. This discovery had been embraced by the press and the public, with its potential recognized, particularly from medical, and scientists were keen to pursue further study of this, including Henri Becquerel, a physics professor at the started experimenting on substances which emitted light to discover if they might also be determining that his proof replaced the discovery of X-rays and did not attract the same publicity. They stimulated Marie's curiosity. She believed these rays were a property of samples of metals and minerals. Working in a disused facility at Pierre's workplace, this work was done, and she built on the work of an English scientist who had used to electrify the air of them. Marie focused on the ability of sand minerals, donated and colleagues and acquaintances to conduct electricity, but she needed an instrument this accurately. Pierre coached her in using the electroscope, an instrument that measured small electrical currents and the ionization current from gamma rays that he alongside his brother Jacques 15 years earlier. She continued testing, focusing her research that a marriage contained uranium seemed to have an ability to make the air around it conduct electricity, much more so than pure uranium, and she therefore suggested there was a radioactive element contained within pitch blende that was stronger than uranium. Pierre was keen to join her in her work, abandoning his own research projects on crystals. They were well matched in terms of their passion and focus, with both neglecting to eat and sleep when in their studies and producing reams of notes documenting. On the 12th of April, Martin formed the French of Science by one of Marie's teachers. Neither Marie nor Pierre were members of the Academy, so were unable to present there. In July 1898, after several painstaking experiments on pitch blende, the Curies were announcing the existence of a proposing to call this after Marie's native country and introduced to the scientific community. They made sure to acknowledge the role Becquerel's work had played in their research, and also detailed the ways in which both Pierre and Marie contributed to their discoveries. In order to preempt the likely assumption, Pierre had taken the lead in discoveries, with Marie merely assisting. 1898, most of the French Academy of Science wrote to Pierre, notably not Marie herself, to inform him that his wife won the year with a financial reward of 3,000. The studies led to the discovery of radium, another new radioactive element. Such transformational discoveries as those made by the Curies required evidence, however, with several scientists expecting clear proof of the existence of the new elements discovered by Marie. Alongside their employments, Marie and Pierre worked on providing evidence for the existence of polonium and radium, relation of radium, and Pierre focusing radioactive. They dedicated time wholeheartedly to this, despite Chet and Pierre's work. They were also continually under radioactive exposure through their work, fully appreciated at the time. The couple were tired and noticed they had lost considerable amounts of weight, despite taking precautions such as working outside exposure. Precautions were not yet realized as being necessary due to a lack of understanding of the dangers of contact with radioactive materials. Whilst their lack of membership barred them from presenting to the French Academy of Science, in 1900 were able to present their research to scientists from all over the world at the International Congress of Physics in Paris, explaining radioactivity new force alongside gravity and electromagnetism. Too, Marie extracted a pure form of radium and determined its atomic weight. The Curies never patented any of their work, as this would have cost implications, both in time and money, highlighting their devotion to science for science's sake. And Marie would write that her husband's salary did not quite cover their expenses at times. Pierre was offered a higher paying job by the University of Geneva in 1900, where he would be given a chair at the university, a laboratory, and assistants. And he told of his intention to leave, realizing the ramifications of losing the Sorbonne. Then offered Pierre of physics, and Marie a post as a teacher training, offers which were quickly accepted, more recognized for healing the effects of working intensely with radioactive materials. Whilst initially their fingers, by coming into contact with radioactive materials, overexposure was having real implications on the Curie's health. Pierre's fingers were covered with sores and was in increased pain that prevented him from sleeping. Anemia, another potential cause of workative substance. Despite the discomfort experienced by Marie and Pierre, the family had traveled to Poland since their marriage, and Pierre succeeded in impressing Marie's relatives by learning some Polish. However, Marie's father once suffered a serious related to his health, having been hit by a tram, as well as being afflicted with gallstones, with a surgery planned to remedy this. Marie was on her way to Warsaw to see him, but unfortunately was too late, as he died on the 14th of May 1902, aged 70. Another misfortune hit the family in 1903, when Marie suffered and remained unwell herself afterwards. The Curies were awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics alongside Henri Becquerel in 1903. Some of the nominations had only specified Pierre, despite the Curies' efforts to document separate contributions to their research. But having found out about this, Pierre insisted that Marie be equally recognized. Became the first woman to receive a Nobel Prize. They received a monetary prize as part of. They also gave a lot of money away to family as well as to supportive students. The couple were invited to Stockholm to be awarded the prize and make a presentation about their work, but Pierre rejected this, citing the coaching commitments and Marie's health. It is unlikely that either of the Curies relished the idea of the publicity it would attract. The French press, in particular, reveled in these new methods playing a supporting part, rather than highlighting the mutual role he played in the discoveries the Curies had made. This carried over into their acceptance into the scientific world. Piece of the French Academy of Science, with no such being offered to his wife. The Curies were bombarded by the press, and both of them felt this keenly, resenting the intrusion into their private life with unannounced journalist visits and a barrage of letters and requests. Some journalists, unhappy with the reception they received, commented on the one occasion Marie claimed that an interview with herself that had been published in a newspaper had never actually taken place at all. On the 6th of December 1904, Eva Curie was the newest addition to the family. They spent much time in the summer of 1905 at their leisure, hosting Marie's sister Helena and her daughter in Paris, and traveling to the coast afterwards. Marie continued her teaching and developed a popularity amongst her students. However, tragedy struck the high-achieving couple when Curie died in an accident by a horse-drawn carriage on Paris Street. Marie was devastated. Her brother and sister Bronia arrived at the family home to support her and the children. Whilst they were in mourning, the Sorbonne, Pierre's employer, initially offered a pension to support Marie and refused this, it as charity. After much consideration, the decision was made to enable her to continue her husband's richly giving Marie his role at the university, making her the first professor at the Sorbonne. This was a huge shift for the university at a time when posts were often passed from father to son. She took over Pierre's classes on the 5th of November 1906, working from the exact point of his final lecture, making a professional, if emotionless impression. Marie's initial lectures were opened not only by students, but by members of the press. She was ahead of her time, not just in science, but in themselves, not to conduct groundbreaking scientific research. After Pierre's death, Marie moved her family out of central Paris and to the suburbs of Sceaux, where Pierre was buried. She organized her daughter's homeschooling alongside the children of friends, having the parents vary subjects and her subject chemistry. Eugène, Pierre's father, moved with them and carried on providing care for Ben and Eva. Despite his close relationship, her mother's frequent absences because of effort. They took holidays together, but sometimes Marie sent the girls on physical activity for them. Biographers have disagreed over her approaches to motherhood, some highlighting the fact that painstakingly documented children's first teeth and steps. Others argue she found her children and distraction from her scientific work. This was to become harder when, in 1909, Eugène became unwell. Marie nursed him until his death in 1910. Time for the family. Worried about her good, bereft, Radio Institute to further study radioactivity in 1909. She was keen to lead on this, meeting with architects to ensure the building was set up to her liking. Researchers worked, and she made sure to include qualities with red minerals that could be used for testing. Whilst the leadership of the Radio Institute was a recognition of her discoveries, her gender was still a barrier to her acceptance in the scientific world. She was never accepted into the French Academy of Sciences, like her due to her gender. The first female member of the Academy was only accepted in 1962, but it may have also had something to do with the controversy surrounding her relationship with Paul, which grew close after the death of Pierre. Langevin, a fellowist who had studied under family, he had frequentation, having been injured by having an iron chair thrown at him by his mother-in-law. A visiting friend commented on how he would often leave the dinner table after exchange. In 1907, he drew closer to Marie with both, and his wife was made worse by the relationship between the two. Whilst Marie never admitted they appeared to have been very affectionate with one another, and by 1910, they had rented an apartment together near the Sorbonne. Between the two, enraged by this, she made threats to both parties and even kill Marie, and an agreement was made that Langevin would no longer see Marie, even on a professional basis, and on her part, his wife would stop issuing threats. Marie's health suffered, being both fearful of the threats made towards and the potential scandal, but also exchange with Paul, giving advice in further letter about the potential separation between him and his wife. Despite Marie's conflicted emotions, she continued her scientific work, setting up the laboratory that had been promised to Pierre when he became a member of the Academy of Science, and publishing all her work on thus far. In 1910, she was nominated to become a member of the Academy of Science herself, and began to be played out in the press, with some options, and that her appointment would open the gate for more challenges to gender norms, and perceived female members of the Academy made several arguments for and against women's acceptance into the Academy, with attendance almost doubling at the assembly of the Academy, which was scheduled to have this debate. Some made the point that as a member of the Academy, Marie would also be eligible to become, and that was going too far for several members. The assembly voted, and the results came out as 260, deciding against the inclusion of female members, despite some spirited defenses from members in Marie's favor. In 1911, Langevin's wife arranged for further letters to be stolen from him and threatened to have them published. She sued for divorce, using the letters between Marie and her husband as proof of the affair. The scandal had huge implications for Marie, who became ill upon the exposure of the letters, because as a woman, more so a woman with high standing in the academic community. She was expected to maintain high morals, as with some wrongly claiming that Curie was Jewish and leveling stereotypical tropes in her direction. Marie wrote complaints to the newspapers, threatening legal action for any further allegations made against her. As the Langevins continued over the terms of the divorce, the author of a weekly periodical published some of the letters written between Marie and Langevin. In 1910, focusing on a particular letter of Marie, which she offered Langevin advice about leaving his wife. More press and public casting Marie as a home of the family. There was on and said came the announcement that Marie had been awarded the Nobel Prize for Chemistry for her work on radium polonium, the first scientist ever to achieve a second Nobel Prize. The chairman elected to prevent her attendance at the 1911 Nobel ceremony until when Marie argued that she was the prize had been awarded for her scientific work and was nothing to do with her private life. She attended the premiere at IRM, giving the customary formal lecture despite being unwell. When she returned home, however, she was admitted to hospital with a kidney ailment for the coming years, most likely exacerbated by the stress she had been under. It was ever continuing to pursue a relationship with Langevin, and he eventually reconciled with his wife, whilst the scandal faded from their emotionless and isolated, refusing all requests for interviews until 1920. Marie's health had been seriously affected by the scandal, and at one point in 1912, death. Doctors found lesions in her kidneys, which and she was in and out of hospital. She was forced to stop working for 6 months and went to a variety of resorts. She documented output and temperature daily. She travelled under an assumed name. Press and rumours following Self, who had also experienced the difficulties of working within a predominantly male field. Marie's health continued to improve only slowly. Together with the fallout from 1911, she was unable to contribute to continuing studies on radioactivity. Scientists were concentrating on the structure of the atom, although she corresponded in the field, and in short, she was up to date with the most recent developments. In 1914, with the beginning of World War I, Curie found her lecture halls empty as conscript units absent, as well as that of many of her male colleagues. Even in Paris, she insisted on staying where she was, despite her prior plans to meet with her daughters on vacation. The government ordered that the precious radium in her laboratory be sent to a safer location. And she accompanied it, its leaden container, by truck, which was the location of several battles between the Russian and German armies. Charitable donations for the war effort and attempted to donate her Nobel Prize medals. Buying more bonds, this offer was rejected. On discovering that the French war effort, due to a lack of X-ray equipment and trained personnel, this was where her efforts should be placed. Learning more about the medical use of X-rays from a colleague, she worked on a plan of putting together a radiology radiology car. She secured funding from charities and purchased or unused equipment. And the first car was put into use, the radiology car she had developed, accompanied by her daughter Irene. She continued her work on the project throughout the war, equipping herself and securing her driving license in 1916, so she could drive them. Having now recognized the importance of export greater efficiency in battlefield surgery, making it easier to diagnose bones and detect shock without invading army that she trained others, and she set up a school for female X-ray technicians. Her daughter Irene continued to work on the project, operating X-ray posts and teaching alongside her mother. Approximately 1 million wounded soldiers benefited from mobile X-ray machines during the war, and the machines became nicknamed Little Curies. After the war, Curie continued her work in science and was the most from the United States. France was still suffering, and the government was not in a position to fund Curie's work or the purchase of more radium for her experiments. The American public's interest in Marie had been piqued by an article published in an American magazine about her. She had been visited by an American editor, Marie Mattingly, in 1920. Maloney had been surprised by the simple way in which Curie lived. Having interviewed some other nurses and inventors who lived in more luxury, reflecting the importance of friendship with Marie, she started a campaign in Marie's work of studying poverty, although this was not the case. Maloney also stressed the potential for Marie's discoveries in combating cancer, despite Marie making it clear that she had had no direct contribution to make work on cancer treatment. Maloney producing radium, patents that could have allowed her to live in the same luxury as other scientists who had made great discoveries. Encouraging donations to Curie, Maloney said that far from being one profited from her work, Marie Curie lived on low pay, having given up potential prosperity as good health, as she suffered from burns, jaundice, and cataracts as a result of her research, all for the good of science. Maloney persuaded Marie to embark on a tour of the United States to raise further funds. A difficult task, and he did not relish the implications of fame, particularly after the Langevin scandal. She finally agreed to conduct a 6-week tour in the United States, starting in May 1921, with the hope of gaining funds for the studies held in her Radium Institute. Maloney convinced me to accept the donations publicly, despite a reticence for publicity, and attend lunches and events. Whilst agreeing to the tour itinerary set up by Maloney, Marie insisted on being accompanied by her daughters, and also ensured that rest days were, and she found the publicity refusing callers and attending events. She spoke as briefly as possible, retiring from the stage at the earliest opportunity. As the tour went on, she increasingly asked her daughters to attend events and accept awards on her behalf. She attended hospitals giving radium therapy and the photo, and she was presented with several honors bestowed upon a woman, including a fellowship from the American Museum of Natural History and an honorary degree from Wellesley University House, with President presenting her with a key in a box containing a donation of radium. As the tour came to its end, she appeared increasingly aloof from the public, and at the age of 53 was almost exhausted. Nonetheless, the tour achieved what it set out to do. Donations of radium worth $100,000 and several other trust fund was also to facilitate the continued money was donated from Higgins. He was also the chauffeur for another tour at Maloney's behest in Nine, where President presented her with radio this time, but she attended public began to lose interest as an eccentric recluse. After returning from her first American tour, Marie set back to work. The Radio Institute continued to receive funding for further study. She also sat on the committee of the League of Nations from 1922 to 1934 in an attempt to support the coordination of the scientific research of member states. The French government, on the 25th anniversary of the discovery of radium, granted her a life vested in several holiday lodgings. In 1926, Elaine married Frederick Joliot, a French scientist, becoming Yale Curie, and Marie's first grandchild, Hélène, was followed by the birth of her. Like Marie and Elaine, her husband worked alongside each other in the laboratory. Continue Marie and Pierre's work on radioactivity and going on to discover artificial radioactivity, from which they were to receive the Nobel Prize in 1935. Unfortunately, bestowed on her daughter, her health, already poor, continued to decline. Where understanding radioactivity with a lack of appreciation of the dangers, many protected drugs did not exist. Curie had worked with test tubes containing radioactive during he worked with to undergo a stringent decontamination procedure before it was opened as a museum. Yet, doctors at the time, aligning radioactivity with cancer treatment, initially made assumptions that it had solely positive health. Radium treatment had also been used in a range of medical experiments. It was viewed as a miracle cure for a range of ailments by some. It was in the 1920s that the first real doubts were cast as to the safety radioactive substances. Several style painters died in the United States as a result of radium exposure in Paris. 2 engineers died, or deaths in the industries linked to radioactivity, including a Japanese scientist who had worked closely with on radioactive sources. Scientists in Marie's own laboratory began to fall ill, and she herself knew her health. Curie continued to laboratory, but she kept her increasing bouts of illness secret, writing large letters to friends, doing surgery with only a few people close to her being informed. In May 1934, she had left her work in the laboratory after completing to be stored away until she returned. She was not to return to a sanatorium after identifying on the next alongside the Eva. When she arrived, was not reacting due on the 4th of July 1934 and was buried in Seoul above the coffin of Pierre Curie. Her funeral on the 6th of July 19 was attended by her family, including her brother and her Bronya, who sprinkled in 1995 the remains of both Marie and Pierre were moved to Paris to be placed in Pantheon alongside several other remains of the great minds of France. Marie was the first basis for Marie Curie's discoveries, the study of science forever. Our understanding of atomic physics, elements, polonium, and radium were included in the periodic table, and scientists could and sought to make use of them, leading to life-saving cancers and breakthroughs in atomic theory. She has been the only person to win 2 Nobel Prizes in different scientific fields, chemistry and physics. Although her health ultimately failed, despite her perseverance, has helped to inform safer practices in the future. She also worked against gender conventions of the time, were dominantly male field, combating natural reserve to family and disseminate her function. Particularly presented, what do you think vicious trends to the mysteries radioactivity? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. That's 6.2 miles to on that page. Think about that when you work out. Right. Every Monday, somebody's to work out such an hour. I don't want to hear about the one. I don't time myself. I have no idea. The fastest mile I ever ran around sub 6 minutes. Okay, I'm 2 miles. Okay, but it's 7 miles. Like I'd say 8 minute mile. These guys are like dogs. I mean, that's. .2 miles to
It is Christmas 1961. Oxford, England. An undergraduate student returns home to his family for the holidays. Her speech is absurd. Over a year later, in 1963, the student is diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. The motor neurons. Doctors tell him he will only live for a however, prove them and defy his condition. Flash forward a quarter of the century, and the same man who can no longer walk or talk has risen to become one physicist, having revolutionized black holes and popularized physics more than before. Define the man known to history as Stephen Hawking was born as Stephen William Hawking in 1942 in Oxford, England. His father was Frank Hawking, born in Yorkshire, England in 1905, specialist in tropical diseases such as malaria, sleeping sickness, and filariasis, illnesses that posed major public health problems parts of the world at the time, and frequently took him abroad as he contributed to international efforts to study and combat them. His mother was Isabel Eileen Hawking, née Walker, in Glasgow, Scotland in 1950. A highly intelligent, few female students at Oxford University in the 1930s, where she studied philosophy, politics, and economics. A rare path for a woman of her generation and intellect, but it would be through her position as Medical Research Institute in London that she would meet Frank Hawking. They met shortly before the outbreak of the Second World War, a period marked by political unrest in Europe and growing concern over the rise of fascism. Their shared interest in politics, science, and social issues brought them together in what would become a strong and intellectually balanced marriage despite their contrasting temperaments. They married in 1941 and settled in Highgate, London, but as German bombing raids on the capital intensified, Isabel relocated to Oxford, where Stephen was born in January 1942. Not to the London area and given their home in St Albans, Hertfordshire, where they raised 4 children: Stephen, Mary, born in 1943, Philippa, born in 1946, and Edward, a part of the Hawking family through adoption in 1955. The Hawking household was known for its intellectual atmosphere and unconventional habits, with meals often eaten in silence as everyone read books table. Both encouraged curiosity, critical thinking, and independent learning, an environment where academic achievement and deep discussion were valued far more than appearances or social conventions. Stephen Hawking spent most of his early childhood in St Albans, an historic market town located north of London, where the family moved after the end of the Second World War. And although the Hawkings lived in what was considered a relatively modest house by locals, their home was filled with books, ideas, and constant conversation, providing a rich intellectual environment for a young and curious mind. From a very young age, Stephen displayed a keen interest in how things worked, often dismantling household objects and reassembling them just to understand the mechanisms within. Although he was not considered particularly outstanding in the early years of formal schooling, he was known for his sharp wit, strong reasoning skills, and an obvious capacity for abstract thinking, qualities which would later define his academic and scientific career. He began his education at the Byron House School in Highgate, London, a progressive school that emphasized creativity over rote learning. But after the family relocated, Stephen enrolled at St Albans High School for Girls, an unusual choice, but only because boys under the age of 10 were to attend, and then Albans School, the oldest schools in Britain, where he remained until he left for university. Though not always at the top of his class, Stephen developed a close circle of friends at St Albans School and enjoyed building elaborate board games and computers with them. During this time, he also showed a growing fascination with mathematics and physics, often engaging in complex discussions with his teachers. Early stages of what would become his lifelong focus on the laws that govern the universe. His father, however, had hoped Stephen would pursue medicine, following in his own professional footsteps. steps. But Stephen was adamant that his talents and interests lay in mathematics and science. Although his eventual path would be shaped in part by the fact that Oxford University did not offer a specialized undergraduate mathematics at the time, forcing him to pivot slightly in his choice subject. By the time Stephen completed his secondary education in 1959, at the age of 17, he had a reputation as an intelligent, if somewhat eccentric, student, an ability to solve difficult problems in unconventional ways, and with strong University College, Oxford, where his formally into advanced science soon began. Just 17 years old, Stephen Hawking began his undergraduate studies not offered as a college, but his ability workload as years was due for problem solving and abstract thought. Although he soon found more intellectual fulfillment through lively discussions with fellow students. Debate and extracurricular pursuits, including rowing, as his exercise opened the door to his Sharma. Soon 62 with his evening, unusual intimacy, experienced steadily work and friends. Stephen Hawking, the core of his life, neurons, Stephen, Cambridge mind, optimism, living a period of academics during this time, a bright field over the Christmas holidays. Jane was immediately struck by Stephen's sharp mind, dry wit, and intense curiosity. While Stephen despite his growing sense of isolation, found comes gentle and entered into began a brilliant and supporting him in doing so gave Stephen something like the sense that his life was still worth living and determined, spending walking and talking, and finding solace in the ordinary joys of companionship with Jane's devout Anglican faith, giving her the strength to face what lay ahead, and her quiet optimism was a powerful counterweight to Stephen's existential dread, as her belief in him helped restore his sense of purpose. In time, Stephen began to re-engage with his studies, returning to his cosmological research with renewed energy, and his intellectual life, so nearly extinguished, began to flourish once more. By 1965, Hawking had proposed to Jane, and they married on the 14th of July, forming up early of his illness, allowing him to continue his work with determination and focus, even as his body continued to deteriorate. Despite the progression of his illness, Stephen Hawking pressed forward with his doctoral research at Cambridge, focusing on the nature of the universe, the origins of time, and the behavior of black holes, topics that were not only cutting edge, but also fundamental to the field of theoretical physics, and under the guidance of Dennis Sharma, Hawking soon began to emerge as a bold and original thinker. His doctoral thesis, completed in 1966, was entitled Properties of Expanding Universes, and in it he examined the mathematical structure of the cosmos by applying the equations of general relativity, building on the work of earlier theorists such as Feynman and Roger Penrose, whose own work on gravitational singularities would deeply influence Hawking's thinking. In the mid-1960s, Hawking began working closely with Penrose, a brilliant British mathematician and physicist, and together they developed what became known as the Penrose-Hawking singularity theorems, which demonstrated that under certain conditions, general relativity predicts the existence of singularities, points in space-time where gravitational forces cause matter to have infinite density, such as at the center of black holes, or at the beginning of the universe. The Einstein challenged earlier assumptions about the uniform nature of the universe and provided compelling theoretical support for the Big Bang theory, which proposed that the universe had a definite beginning in time. Hawking's ability to make sense of these complex and abstract ideas using elegant mathematical arguments gained him increasing recognition within the sets of groundbreaking singularity theorems that would become some of his most influential early contribution to theoretical physics by building on the mathematical framework of general relativity and working in collaboration with British mathematician Roger Penrose. Hawking used complex equations to show that under certain realistic conditions, the universe must contain singularities, points in space, where gravity becomes infinite and the known laws for it. These singularities were not just theoretical curiosities. Hawking demonstrated that they were an inevitable feature of the universe's evolution. Center of black holes and the origin of the universe itself, the so-called Big Bang. His work provided strong mathematical backing for the idea that time and space had a beginning, challenging the view that the universe had always existed in a steady state. In the midst of his rising academic Stephen Hawking experienced a profound 60 with the birth of his first child, Robert, bringing joy and a normality to a life increasingly shaped, full intensity embraced at the time while he helped grow his, and it marked the beginning of their shared journey. In 1968, Hawking joined the Institute of Astronomy at Cambridge. Increasing reliance on a wheel requiring more daily, he made the Copernicus, publishing foundational work on the nature of gravitational singularities. Together, demonstrated that the collapse of singularities sent black holes, and that the universe itself must have originated from such a point. In 1970, Stephen and Jane welcomed the birth of their second child, Lucy. Further expanding their young family in major, he published profoundly surfs, even as the black hole of this result resembled the second law of Ferris in the close of the years when he then 71st was holes be black. But the is all known as the module of the principles of holes. That thing of Hawking labeled he iterated to more increasingly continue producing world-class research while coping with a severely debilitating illness, inspired admiration from peers and the public alike. Throughout the night, widespread international attention not only within the scientific community, but also of the wider public, his groundbreaking idea of black holes, singularities, and the origin of the universe captured imagination, and this decade marked the beginning of formation for a global civic figure. He used prestigious awards that recognized the depth of the Astronomical Society for outstanding contributions to theoretical astrophysics, and the following year he received the Hughes Medal from the Royal Society, affirming his status among Britain's foremost. But it was in 1970 growing stature was even more emphatically confirmed when he was awarded the Albert Einstein Award, one of the highest distinctions in theoretical physics. In 1979, Hawking's reputation was further solidified with the Albert Einstein Medal, recognizing his profound contributions to black hole physics and cosmology, and that same year he was appointed to the prestigious Lucasian Professorship of Mathematics at Cambridge, once held by Sir Isaac Newton, confirming his place as one of the leading theoretical physicists of his generation. That year, Stephen and Jane also welcomed the birth of their third child, Timothy Hawking, completing their family of 5, and getting progressed by this time. For most physical tasks, he remained determined to continue.
If you're not talking to me, do you mind muting your device, please?
Also, with his role as a father.
Thank you, sir.
Despite the growing physical challenges he faced, Stephen Hawking maintained a close and loving relationship with his children, Robert, Lucy, and later Timothy, and was known within the family's dry sense of humor and spirit, which often delighted the children and brought warmth to the home. Although he could not join in physical activities, he remained deeply engaged in their intellectual and emotional development, encouraging their curiosity and exploration of the world around them. At the center of the Hawking household was Jane Hawking, who took on the immense task of managing Stephen's growing care needs, organizing medical support, coordinating assistance, and adapting their home to meet his physical challenges, while at the same time raising 3 children, often almost single-handedly, and pursuing her own academic and musical interests whenever time allowed. As Stephen's fame grew through the 1970s and 1980s, the pressure on Jane only increased, and although the household was often chaotic and unconventional, it was marked by a spirit of perseverance and love, with Jane later reflecting that while life with Stephen could be overwhelming, she never doubted the importance of his work or the value of the family they had built together. By the early 1980s, Stephen Hawking had become a leading figure in the field of theoretical physics, known not only for his important contributions to cosmology, but also for his determination to continue working in spite of the progression of his motor neuron disease. And although he had now lost the ability to speak clearly and on others for day care, his practice. In 1982, Stephen Hawking was appointed a Commander of the Order of the British Empire, CBE, by Queen Elizabeth II, one of the United Kingdom's most distinguished civilian honours, which recognised his exceptional services to theoretical physics and his rising prominence as a national figure in British intellectual by this time already achieved global renown for his work on black holes and cosmology. And the CBE served as formal acknowledgement from the British state of his contributions to science and action. In 1985, Stephen Hawking was awarded the gold medal of the Royal Astronomical Society, the highest honor bestowed by the institution, and one of the most prestigious scientific awards in having been established in 1824 and previously awarded to such towering figures as Edwin Hubble and Albert Einstein. This recognition was given to Hawking for his groundbreaking contributions to cosmology and gravitation, particularly his scientific that in Geneva case was that greatly deteriorated. Doctors placed him on a ventilator to keep him alive, a move that forced his decisions about his future, with his condition becoming so critical that doctors' ability of withdrawing life support was still active, and that his life was worth fighting for. To save his life, doctors performed a tracheotomy, a surgical procedure that involved removing part of its the academic lineage from dentist, select and the more words around him. Words and sentences, it often took several creating normative work, medical sent or software presser, like movements, to Stephen each synthesized mechanical, in Suicide public continue lecture. Achieve complex president as his condition holds and other teenagers people and Stephen overcome a remote breaking contributions to cosmology and theoretical physics. Stephen's relationship with his father was complex, yet deeply formed. As Frank Hawking, known for his reserved and somewhat detached emotional style, nevertheless profoundly shaped Stephen through his unwavering intellectual rigor, commitment to rational inquiry and quiet perseverance. And although their interactions often lacked displays of affection, they were loved by mutual respect and a shared passion for scientific exploration. In 1980, Universe of physics was a big success and brought in complex science for a league and for igniting curiosity about the universe in people who the prestige, one of the most international honors in the scientific world, was the contribute to humanity and faith and black under Messick had produced the famous Penrose-Hawking singularity theorems. This showed that the universe must have originated from a singular point and that black holes are governed by well-defined physical laws. The award not only highlighted the brilliance of Hawking's mind, but also affirmed the enduring impact of his early work. This, coupled with the release of A Brief History of Time, cemented his position at the very forefront of modern science. In 1989, Stephen Hawking was appointed to the Order of the Companions of Honor by Queen Elizabeth II, a rare and distinguished accolade limited to only 65 little made outstanding contributions to the arts, science, medicine, or government, with Hawking's inclusion reflecting his achievements in science and his role advancing knowledge and sharing complex ideas with the public. By 1990, the long and often complicated marriage between Stephen and Jane Hawking came to an end, as the relentless pressures of Stephen's deteriorating health, rising popularity, and needs too great a burden to bear. For over 2 decades, Jane had acted not only as a wife, but as a caregiver, organizer, and emotional anchor, raising their 3 children largely on her own, and although there remained a deep mutual respect between them, their home life had, in Jane's own words, become a battlefield due to widening emotional distance. Around this time, Stephen Hawking formed with his nurse, Elaine Mason, a woman with a strong personality and a background in working with individuals with complex disabilities, and she soon became a central figure in Stephen's personal life following his separation from Jane. After Elaine's own separation from her husband, David Mason, their relationship quickly deepened into a romantic one, with Elaine assuming a prominent role not only within Stephen's care team, but also at the heart of his household. The relationship generated considerable controversy and was met with mixed reactions from the public and those closest to Stephen, as some praised Elaine for her devotion and believed she gave Stephen renewed energy and independence at a time when his condition had grown increasingly severe, while others, including members of Stephen's family and longtime friends, expressed concern over the intensity and exclusivity of the relationship, and, over time, contact between Stephen and some members became strained. Nine of his being married in a private ceremony held in Cambridge, attended by a small group of close associates. Although many of Stephen's colleagues and family members were notably absent due to the ongoing tensions that have developed since his separation from Jane. The marriage was marked by a degree of privacy, with fewer public appearances alongside his children and previous associates. And although Stephen continued to travel, write, and engage in public life, the tone of his domestic world became more insular. This time, he remained as intellectual active as ever, continuing to his most ambitious theories and contributing to popular science literature. Following the success of A Brief History of Time, Professor Stephen Hawking became a household name. In interviews, documentaries, and television specials, and throughout the 90s, he could lecture internationally and use his platform to advocate for scientific education, disability support, and public engagement with questions about time, space, and existence. Presence alongside his dry sense of humor and sharp intellect challenged preconceptions about disability recognizable beyond academic circles, eventually turning into popular entertainment, making memorable guest appearances as himself, and Futurama, where he was portrayed affectionately, further cementing his place as both a scientific icon and a beloved figure. However, Hawking's venture into the limelight had not dulled his scientific mind, as in the late 1990s and early 2000s, he scientist physicist James Hartle developed and introduced a bold new approach to understanding the universe known as top-down cosmology, a theory which challenged the traditional view that thus had a simple linear history beginning with the Big Bang. It suggests that the universe retrospect of the present rather than the universe studies, but by all the different possible paths the universe could have taken its present state. This approach opened up novel ways to interpret cosmological phenomena, particularly in the context of the multiverse, where countless universes with properties might, and although top-down cosmology remained highly abstract, it was widely seen as an elegant attempt to bring quantum theory and general relativity reflects Hawking's information paradox, a debate concerning whether information that falls into a black hole is not so preserved. And although Hawking had faint argued that the information was irretrievably lost, this view insists that information must be conserved. Hawking had even formalized the disagreement with a friendly wager against American physicist John Preskill, promising that if he were wrong, he would present Preskill with a complete set of encyclopedias and at the 17th International Conference on General Relativity and Gravitation held in Dublin for May 8th. He presented several leads about war and staff members feared he had been responsible and issued a public statement denying any mistreatment and asserting that he had not attracted considerable media attention at the time, nosed after evidence, plus Hawking's refusal to pursue any formal complaint, stating, I have not been assaulted in any way by my wife. In 2006, Professor Hawking soon gained more positive attention as he was awarded the Copley Medal by the Royal Society, the oldest scientific prize in the world dating back to 1731. This prestigious medal, previously bestowed upon luminaries such as Charles Darwin, Michael Faraday, and Albert Einstein, recognized Hawking's outstanding achievements in scientific research and confirmed his place among the most influential scientific minds in history. Hawking received the honor in recognition of his, particularly his work on black hole thermodynamics, the nature of singularities, and the quantum structure of the universe. The award entered a crowning moment in his long relationship with the Royal Society, which had first elected him as a fellow more than 3 decades earlier. However, Hawking's personal life again returned to the tabloids in 2006 as his second marriage to Elaine Mason broke down years, but he never publicly explained the reasons why, choosing to remain intensely private about his personal affairs, particularly after the intense media attention that followed the 2004 police investigation into allegations of mistreatment. The allegations were publicly denied, no charges were ever brought, and Stephen continued to maintain that there had been no wrongdoing. Despite this, tensions within the marriage widely reported for several years by members of his care team, academic colleagues, and even close family. And during this period, there were growing concerns that Hawking had become increasingly isolated, both personally and as Elaine Mason assumed a dominant role in managing much of his daily life. By the time of their separation in 2006, it was clear that the emotional and relational strain had taken a toll on Stephen's once broader support network. Following the separation from Elaine Mason, Stephen Hawking gradually began to rebuild his relationship with his 3 children, Robert, Lucy, and Timothy, who were now adults, each forging their own paths in life. Robert, the eldest, had pursued a career in software engineering and was living in the United States with his own young family. Lucy had become a successful journalist and author, known particularly for her children's science fiction books aimed at making complex science on a new series of novels beginning with George's Secret Key to the Universe in 2007, blending storytelling with real scientific concepts. Timothy, the youngest, had taken roles in education, corporate work, and remained a quiet presence, but maintained close ties with the family and as Stephen's visit version of a theory of everything, introducing readers to advanced concepts. According to the authors, these advances in theoretical physics showed that the laws of the universe could arise spontaneously from nothing without the need for a divine creator. And considerable debate. King's assertion within the book that philosophy is dead and that science now held the answers to life's biggest questions drew both admiration and criticism, with theologians, philosophers, and scientists weighing in from all sides. It's just ideas that's up. Throughout the 2000s and 2010s, Stephen Hawking remained intellectually active and firmly embedded within the global scientific community of physical limitations. As Director of Research at the CTC, Hawking focused his attention on some of the deepest unresolved problems in modern physics, particularly the reconciliation of general relativity with quantum mechanics. Hawking continued to investigate the black hole information paradox, proposing that information could be preserved at the event horizon, and he revisited his earlier no-boundary proposal with James Hartle, refining it in the light of multiverse models, and although he no longer published at the same pace as in earlier decades, he remained active in research, mentoring students, co-authoring papers. In 2012, Stephen Hawking took center stage at the opening ceremony of the London Paralympic Games, delivering a powerful pre-recorded message that set the tone for the entire event and celebrated the human capacity to transcend physical limits. Projected across the stadium and broadcast to millions around the world, Hawking's voice urged audiences to look at us, not down at your feet. Stephen Hawking was honored with the Special Fundamental Physics Prize, a $3 million Lifetime Achievement Award established by Yuri Milner to recognize monumental contributions to theoretical physics. The following year, he received the inaugural Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics, created by Milner, Sergey Brin, Mark Zuckerberg, and others to raise the global profile of pioneering scientists. These awards recognized Hawking's groundbreaking work on black hole thermodynamics, Hawking radiation, and quantum gravity, and praised his profound influence not only on modern cosmology, but also on the public understanding of science, reflecting a career that reshaped humanity's conception of the universe. Stephen Hawking's mother, Isabel Hawking, passed away in 2013 at the age of 98, having lived a long and intellectually rich life, and throughout Stephen's life she remained a steady and supportive presence, an anchor in both his early development and later success, as from a young age, Stephen was deeply influenced by her sharp mind, strong will, and independent thinking, qualities that She herself had exhibited as one of the few women to attend Oxford University in the 1930s. She built a home where books, ideas, and debate were valued above convention. Stephen's early fascination with the use of strength, staying close to her grandchildren and attending public events. Although she never sought the spotlight, those close to Stephen knew her influence on his intellectual and moral outlook was profound. Making her passing the end of a in 2014. Life was brought to the as Britain has ever produced. In October 2018, just months after his death, Stephen Hawking's final book was published under the title Brief Answers to the Big Questions. This was compiled from his personal archive, finished essays, and completed with the help of colleagues, family, collaborators. Humanity must eventually look beyond Earth the insight. Many readers, brief answers to the big questions. Farewell. A warning about the future and a celebration of the curious of the universe. Stephen Hawking's life was one of extraordinary contrasts. A man bound to a wheelchair who explored the furthest reaches of the universe. A scientist who could not speak communicated some of the most profound ideas in human history, and a figure whose physical fragility was overcome by a profound spiritual strength and resilience. From the quiet streets of St. Albans to the halls of Cambridge and the world stage, he became a beacon of human potential, reminding us all
Yo, what up?
that the limits of your body are no match for the power of the mind. Scholars continue to debate the full impact of Hawking radiation and his quest for a theory of everything, but there is near universal agreement that his work fundamentally altered our understanding of black holes, time, and the origins of the universe. His ability to bridge general relativity and quantum mechanics helped lay the foundation for future research in quantum gravity and string theory. Many of his most famous theories, from Hawking radiation to the no-boundary proposal, remain unproven. Not because they lack merit, but because the tools to test them have not yet been invented. Yet, Hawking fully acknowledged this gap between theoretical elegance and empirical confirmation, often describing his work as a map towards truths that future generations might uncover. While Hawking was widely admired of some of his public comments, such as his warnings about the existential risks of artificial intelligence, these were viewed by some as visionary and by others as speculative, and a few critics within academia argued that his immense celebrity sometimes eclipsed his more cautious scientific output, especially as theories like the multiverse or no-boundary proposal remained untestable. Nevertheless, even without empirical proof, Hawking's ideas pushed the boundaries of accepted thinking, sparking new debates and encouraging others to imagine boldly. And he never shied away from life's largest questions, challenging traditional beliefs about God, existence, and the cosmos itself, and staking his place in the timeless conversation between science and meaning, alongside figures such as Carl Sagan, Hawking, became one of the history of time. Public lectures bring ideas like black holes, time travel, and the origin of the universe into everyday conversation. What set him apart was not only the depth of the tackling of his subject matter, but his show science wondrous access often portrayed through the lens of faith, closest to Stephen Hawking described him as derisiveness. The universities close and both students and teachers head to safety, and one such student heads off to his family's estate in Lincolnshire. One afternoon, while his the man known to history as Isaac Newton was born on Christmas Day, the 25th of December, in the year south of the town of Bretham, in Lincolnshire, in the East Midlands of England. The Julian calendar was still in use in England at the time, and it was the 4th of January 1643 on the continent, where most countries had adopted the Gregorian calendar that was 10 days ahead of the Julian calendar. Little Isaac was clearly sickly and underweight, and it is understood that his mother believed he would die shortly after being born, a development which explains why he was not baptized for a week after his birth, a ceremony which usually took place within 48 hours of the birth. Whatever the circumstances, Isaac pulled through and named after his father. Senior was a landholder and an important farmer in rural Lincolnshire. The family's wealth was indicated by the fact that they lived at Woolsthorpe, a substantial enough manor house. The Newton family had built on generational upward social mobility here from the early 16th century onwards, and had become prominent members of the yeomanry by the middle of the 17th. The equivalent of being middle-class farmer was uneducated and illiterate, a not uncommon state of affairs for middle-class yeomen in the 17th century. Isaac would never know him. His father died in early October 1642 at 36 years of age, 2.5 months before his one and only son was born. He left behind a sizable enough estate and a range of livestock that included 4 dozen cattle and 235 sheep. This wealth would have a bearing on Isaac's life and allowed him to pursue a life of scholarship in later years. Isaac's mother was Hannah Newton, the daughter of James Askew, a member of the gentry from the town of Market Overton in Rutlandshire. It is a sign of Isaac Newton Sr.'s upwardly mobile nature and economic success that he had married Hannah, whose father was of a higher social status than the Newtons. She eventually remarried after her first husband's death. Her second marriage was to the Reverend Barnabas Smith, a churchman with a large estate that generated an income of around £500 per year, a substantial amount of money in the middle of the 17th century. When she married Smith, Isaac's mother left to live with him at North Witham, around 3 kilometers away from Woolsthorpe. There, she started a new family. Isaac was not a part of it. When his mother headed to live with Smith, she left her firstborn son with her parents. Evidently, Isaac's childhood with them was not a pleasant one. Years later, when his grandfather died, it was revealed in his will that he had left Isaac nothing, suggesting a frosty relationship. In all of his extensive correspondence over the decades, which has all been analysed in detail by historians, there is no mention of his grandfather Askew, and his grandmother was not exactly spoken of glowingly by Isaac on the few occasions in which he mentioned her. Finally, it has also been speculated that Isaac grew to loathe his stepfather, the Reverend Smith, an understandable development if he felt abandoned by his mother and was left to grow up in a house where his relationship with his grandparents was strained. Historians have concluded that the peculiar elements of Isaac's later personality, his aloofness and distance from others, were shaped by these early childhood experiences. Newton's life was also influenced greatly by intellectual, cultural and social forces which had commenced well over a century before his birth. The Renaissance is typically viewed through an artistic prism as a movement that led to the emergence of great painters, 1655, when he was 12 years old, he was sent on to a grammar school in the nearby town of Grantham, where he was taught by a Mr. Stokes. The curriculum emphasis on learning. That into the subjects that were they display almost no interest in the opposite sex. Mr. Stokes and his cousin Richard Askew had learned enough about him. They organized to help finance the finishing of his element. With this done, he was sent off to Cambridge University in 1661. Newton's earliest years at Cambridge were formative in his emergence as one of the greatest scientific minds in human history, though often in unusual ways. His comparatively humble background meant that he was assigned as a sun-sizer. This meant he was expected to earn his keep cleaning the college and was not allowed to dine with the other wealthier students. This suggests his mother had refused to provide much financing from the estate she now controlled from not one, but two deceased husbands. What it did ensure as a lowly something which encouraged him to focus more on his studies. Early on, he was taught by Benjamin Bulling, a tutor who assigned him lots of writings by the giant of the medieval scholastic curriculum, the ancient Greek polymath Aristotle, a man who was primarily remembered as a philosopher, but who was also one of the great early natural scientists. Before long, he was moving on to more contemporary scientific works and had developed an especially keen interest in physics. About 2.5 years at Cambridge, he then abandoned any sense of formal or structured learning. His lengthy notebooks, which have survived down to the present day, show that he stopped reading the works of Aristotle and other canonical Greek and Roman works by figures like Plato. Instead, Newton began to concentrate overwhelmingly on more modern scientific, philosophical and political writings. Robert Boyle's pioneering chemistry work featured amongst what he was interested in, as was Thomas Hobbes' great work of political theory, Leviathan, published just a few years earlier in 1651. However, it was the works of Galileo that held Newton's attention above all others at this time. The Italian polymath had revolutionized the study of astronomy, optics, and many other fields in a series of studies carried out between the 1590s and 1630s. Decades later in England, they were inspiring Newton to break with the established curriculum of Cambridge and begin his own, highly original research on mathematics, physics, and optics. Newton's education at Cambridge was coming to an end, just as a series of events in England would create an ideal environment for him to carry out one of the most miraculous periods of research and writing ever. Killed upwards of 1 out of every 3 struck the continent periodically for centuries to come. Crowded, dirty cities were particularly susceptible to plague pandemics, and these outbreaks even reached the streets of relatively small university towns like Cambridge. For instance, an outbreak of a disease in 1603 had killed an estimated 25,000 to 30,000 people in London, over 10% of the whole of the time. There was no cure or no effective way of fighting it other than to flee from urban areas and avoid contact with others who carried the disease. Thus, when the plague arrived, the wealthier people who were able to do so often fled from London, Bristol, Cambridge and Oxford to their country houses and spent months there. This is what happened in the plague year of 1665, a particularly destructive wave of the disease which killed upwards of 100,000 people in London in the mid-1660s, about 15% of the total population there at the time. Cambridge University closed, and Newton retreated to his family estate at Walsall. The isolation and lack of interruption would allow him to produce an enormous array of work, such that this period in 1665 and 1666 is often termed Newton's Annae Mirabilis, or miracle years, much like that which Albert Einstein had centuries later in 1905, when he published 4 papers within the space of a few months, which revolutionized the study of physics. Newton's work in his miracle years can broadly be broken down into 3 key fields: physics, mathematics, and optics. Despite the tendency to view this as a period of miraculous discovery, Newton was building on work he had been carrying out during his years at Cambridge, and which he had kept extensive notes of in a book which he inscribed with the title Quaestiones Quadam Philosophica, meaning certain philosophical questions, though the topics covered were concerned with the hard sciences. His first major discoveries were mathematical. They resulted in the development of the binomial theorem in 1665, a mathematical concept which allows for expansion of much more basic theorems like x plus y. This was the foundation for further work which involved measuring large objects and their movement, as well as algorithms for tracing curves, tangents, and the like. No other mathematician in Europe had ever arrived at findings that were this complex before. They laid a lot of the basis for the development of modern calculus. Newton's response to making these discoveries was to record them in a paper which he entitled, "To resolve problems by motion, these following propositions are sufficient." He then placed the paper in a drawer and forgot about mathematics for at least 6 months. He would not make any effort to publish or disseminate that work at the time. With this done and still mired in his continuing self-imposed exile from the plague, Newton moved on to studying mechanics. His mathematical inquiries were related to this, as basic study of weights, measures, and mechanics requires use of mathematical equations. Newton wanted to build on the work of Galileo and René Descartes in this area, the latter a philosopher who 30 years earlier had come up with the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, as a basis for an objective, unquestionable truth that could form the foundation of a philosophical system. Building on their work and using his own complex mathematical abilities, Newton now began to work out a new theory of how gravity functions. By studying how objects collided, he worked out that objects of any kind exert force over one another when they clash or meet. This sends them in different directions, but there is evidence of a center of gravity along a straight line. Experimenting further, he came to the conclusion that particles or atoms attract one another, and that the force involved in this gravitational pull correlates with the mass of the objects in question and the distance between them. It is a complex concept and was tied into several other conclusions he reached in his notebooks in 1665 and 1666 about how force, gravity, and mechanics operate. The simplest of these laws of physics which he devised at the time is the third law he wrote about. This states simply that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. When you jump into the air, this action is immediately followed by gravity pulling you back downwards to the ground by the same distance. While some of the laws concerning mathematics and gravity which he devised at this time were consequently more complex than others, what they amounted to nothing of how gravity and motion work. A fanciful story later developed that Newton had reached his conclusions about gravity after seeing an apple fall from a tree in Woolsthorpe. The tale was probably supposed to mimic a story about the ancient Greek mathematician Archimedes making one of his great discoveries while taking a bath and discovering the principles of buoyancy and displacement in the process. In the long run, Newton's discoveries around gravity, weights, and mechanics in the mid-1660s were the most important. There was a third field, though, beyond mathematics and hard physics. Newton also made some important discoveries in the visual world. From this, we can get a sense of how Newton carried out his research and experiments. He wanted to see if the rays emitted by different colors could be perceived in different ways. To achieve this, he first painted one end of a piece of thread red and the other blue, and then observed them through a prism. They looked disjoint, as he had expected, demonstrating what's known as the heterogeneity of light. It can appear more intense and available depending on different sets of circumstances. He then expanded the research by setting up a dark room, through which he only allowed in a narrow beam of light. Then he placed a prism in front of the beam and refracted that onto a wall that was over 20 feet away. The resulting color spectrum was 5 times longer than it was wide. What Newton consequently realized was that light was not homogeneous, but heterogeneous. It is not made up of one single thing, but is instead comprised of different parts which can be seen in terms of the different colors in a light prism. This is the corpuscular theory of light, as Newton would describe these parts which make up light as corpuscles. This research would become the foundational basis for Albert Einstein's subsequent discovery of photons nearly 2.5 centuries later. By the time 1666 came to an end, Newton had made a series of breakthroughs in the fields of mathematics, physics, and optics. Nobody, as yet, though, knew what he had accomplished. His remarkable findings were carefully recorded in his notebooks at Woolsthorpe, but he had not yet shared them with the world. returned to Cambridge. By the final stages a limited way. For instance, greatest attempted was clear to take was a mathematician of unusual skill of math shortly before his death. Lucas was a parliamentarian who had represented Cambridge during the English Civil Wars of the 1640s. Newton would hold the Lucasian professorship for 33 years, though his final years were absentee as he moved to London in the mid-1690s. The position was hardly onerous. Newton was expected to deliver one lecture every week during one term of the year. For this, he was paid an income of £100 per year. Moreover, such was the lack of interest in mathematics at Cambridge in the late 17th century. Even this light load was dispensed with by 1687, after which time Newton had no teaching responsibilities. What these lectures did do was allow Newton space to refine his findings from the mid-1660s and make them more accessible to an audience. To demonstrate his findings to the few students who attended his lectures, notably a telescope and prism rings that showed his theories on optics. Very slowly his findings began to reach a wider audience. By 1671, the Royal Society in London had heard about his discoveries and invited Newton to send them information about his work. He was duly elected as a Fellow of the Society in January 1672. In the years that followed, his entry into the Royal Society would mean that his research findings began to spread beyond Cambridge to the wider academic community in England and then to the continent, as many members of the Royal Society corresponded extensively with natural philosophers and scholars on the continent. In an age before academic peer review journals, this was how new research was disseminated. As this happened, Newton refrained from publishing much of his work. His paper on analysis by infinite series was distributed and was eventually published in print in 1711, while another couple of works appeared as well, but Newton would ultimately wait over 20 years between when he made his breakthroughs at Woolsthorpe and when he published them in complete form. As Newton emerged in the 1660s and 1670s as one of the leading scholars of his day, he seemed to have no concurrent interest in starting a family devastating 17th century status can't do this and appear to have ever contemplated doing so. In fact, he seemed to have no interest in the opposite sex. This has understandably led to people questioning his sexuality. There is no evidence to suggest that you instead he just large sex with no interest in any kind in a sexual relationship. His audience was surprised to learn years ago about his possible fling as a teenager with a snake lodged in Grantham when he was attending the grammar school there in the simply because it was so unusual. The conclusion we can draw from this is that he was heterosexual, but with very little interest in women. Over time, he abandoned any thought and a family. If he ever gave it much consideration at all. Instead, he committed himself fully to his research and included friendships. Newton was a reclusive individual who didn't socialize much at Cambridge. 4th centuries AD? Well, elements of ancient Egyptian law and other writings were also incorporated into Hermetic and alchemical thought. Are peppered with that about alchemy and hermeticism. And which contained extensive treatises on how to carry out alchemical experiments. Newton closely read this and other works on the subject, even as he was carrying out his groundbreaking work on physics and mathematics. By 1670, his alchemical studies were advanced enough that he composed a treatise of his own entitled The Vegetation of Metals. Vegetation meaning transformation in this case. By that time, he was considering moving away entirely from natural philosophy or physics to focus on alchemy. He engaged to develop his laboratory in Cambridge, carrying out new experiments and acquiring all sorts of substances and equipment with which to study them, to the creation of an index chemicus, or chemical index, in which he noted his experiments with hundreds of different substances to find the philosopher's stone. Newton would eventually develop files over thousands of pages of notes in alchemy. Unfortunately, much of this was in the form of symbols, which he clearly was able to understand himself, yet which are now impenetrable to the modern reader. It does add to the sense that he was engaged in arcane research, though. He probably gave over more of his time to this than the study of physics. This interest of Newton's in alchemy and hermeticism extended into what we would call esoteric history and thought today. Esoteric means mysterious or hidden. An example of Newton's interests in this area was the myth of Atlantis that had been described at length by Plato in two of his dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias. Newton incorporated discussion of the fabled utopia into a long book, which he wrote entitled The Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms Amended. This explored the chronology of ancient societies like those of ancient Egypt and Greece, the Babylonians, the Assyrians and the Persians and so forth from antiquity. It must be remembered that when Newton was writing about these, the modern disciplines of Egyptology, Orientalism and archaeology had yet to emerge, and the history of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia was still shrouded in mystery. Some of his work was historically based. Other parts of it involved an eclectic blend of history and myth. It fed into his interest as well as the obscure elements of Christian theoretic text of the Old Testament in which the end of days was discussed. Worryingly, this research into apocalyptic texts would eventually lead Newton to calculate that the world could end in either 2034 or 2060. We might have long this interest more obscure historicity of the Old Testament saw Newton also writing in his extensive notes about the temple of Solomon, the first temple of Jerusalem, and whether it had, in fact, been built by King Solomon. Newton concluded that these ancient buildings and the religions around them were evidence of long lost knowledge systems, the ancients, which alchemical studies form just one prong as Newton increasingly would as his life went on, he also worked for the government and performed a range of administrative and bureaucratic roles, even Russia. And the husband of James's daughter, Mary. He headed to England with an army to invade William and Mary were about to become joint rulers as King William III and Queen Mary the Sixth, as war followed between England and the Dutch Republic against the French, who were King James. Bearing on his career, his aloof character meant that he had always joined him, a religious nonconformist. Methodist, who viewed even Protestant Anglicans poorly and who perceived Catholics as adherent to Christianity, which had little or he therefore became involved in the wrangling at Cambridge to try to maintain the political breath, and a new parliament was being assembled early in 1689 to ratify the political changes. Newton stood for election at Cambridge. He won a seat and headed for Westminster. His country and Queen on the monarchy was voted. He never spoke in a parliament to ask an usher to close a window that was creating a draft. Despite member of Cambridge University in 1701, though a third election attempt in 1705 was unsuccessful. More broadly, Newton's brief the theory or study of knowledge. Life in London saw him become a government employee. In 1995, he was one of 8 individuals actors of the English coinage. Revolution, people clipping the nation's coins. This is where a small sliver of or cut off the edges of coins. Clipping was reaching epidemic proportion. Was one of the individuals contacted about coming up with a say being offered the post of Bard of the Mint a year later in 1696. Over the next 2.5 years, he was where the early coins melted them down and minted new ones that were reissued. These were issued in clip. Nearly £7 million worth of coins were minted and issued after the mint at the end of state, roughly the same amount as was usually issued over 30 years. The accomplishment points towards Newton's considerable Newton only played a limited role in the activities of the Royal Society for much of his life. This was broadly owing to his acrimonious relation encounters with society, and Newton had been marginalized within it as a result. However, Hooke died on the 3rd of March, 70 for Newton's rapid ascent. Many members of the organization felt it was in need of a more scientific life after years in which two nobles, Charles Montague, 1st Earl of Halifax, and John Somers, 1st Baron Somers, had held the position of president. In this vein, at a meeting of the Society's members in November 1703, Newton was elected as the new president. He would hold the position down to his death, becoming the second longest serving president ever, eclipsed only by Sir Joseph Banks, who held the office for a huge period of over 41 years between 1778 and 1820. 2 years after he became president of the Royal ever to be awarded such a title in Europe. As president of the Royal Society, one of Newton's foremost achievements was balancing the Society's books. It was badly in Techno 3, cannot managed to remedy its financial situation. But it also which became the Royal Society was home in London for many years. Newton's personality. While Newton's dual role as master of the mint and president of the synthesis of things Newton had written and lectures. For instance, it contained one of the first detailed discussions of how light, when filtered through a glass prism, separates the thing, which is this involved above. Going all the way back to studies conducted by the light or color, Newton made it clear that this was not the case. The book also expanded on the idea of his historical method and research. His decision to publish astronomy and study of the stars in his later years. In this, he collaborated with Edmund Halley, the English astronomer. French edition of Optic, which made his research and findings more widely available on the continent. He had numerous arguments with other scholars on the continent about if during longitude 1 the British Royal Navy had emerged as the finest navy, and as Britain's colonial and imperial expansion accelerated, the government wanted to find better and better ways to explore the uncharted part world. Spent time literally published after his death as observations upon the prophecies of Daniel. In this, he had pondered his health deteriorated on the 2nd of March 1827 at 80 years of age. Died. Newton died 10th of March 1727. March on the continent. He was laid to rest in Westminster Abbey after a few. This was mirrored in the amount of left unpublished at the time of his death. Therefore, nearly more of his research was published posthumously than had been so during his in 1728. Just a year before the text of his correspondence with John Batters was published as an historical account of two notable corruptions of scripture. As such, a lot of Newton's esoteric and theological work was published not long he died. In many ways, though, university, though one of his earliest notebooks, dating all the way back to 1659, is housed in the Morgan Library. Excessive correspondence extant by him, generally at Cambridge for the period of his life, prior to moving to London in the mid-1690s, and then in the National Archives of the UK in London for the years of the with extensive research career and virtue he wrote, is available for the whole world to consult online today. Newton was already regarded as one of the scholarship and science in his own lifetime. In the modern world, he has been re-evaluated over time and, for instance, his work on gravity while hearing this in the 17th century. In this sense, it could be said that Newton's law of gravity was incorrect. Science is a journey rather than a destination. While it all is part of the initiated, there are at the Large Hadron Collider at CERN in Switzerland. The re-evaluation of the transformative work of figures like Newton and Einstein is a normal process of knowledge based on earlier findings and new ones. On all those who came after him, the great theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking the most important book ever written on the hard sciences time. Undoubtedly one of the greatest figures of the scientific revolution. The peculiar thing about philosopher, Newton came from a difficult family background, complicated by the death of his father, before he was even born. There was no tradition of scholarship in his family. Indeed, around second marriage, he applied it. A number of early influences, like his teacher at the grammar school in Grantham when he was young, Mr. Stokes, imparted the basics of mathematical inquiry to Newton. He went to Cambridge. He never applied himself in a dedicated manner to the standard curriculum. Instead, Newton began his own investigation into physics, mathematics, and optics based on Galileo and Kepler. 17th century, based on how gravity functioned, as well as calculus and optics, all while he was still in his early 20s. 2 decades later, in 1687, he published one of the most important the Royal Mint in England. His life remained a difficult individual who few much about or the 31st of January 1850, on the banks of the Thames, in London, thousands look at the towers over them on the riverbank. The 19,000-ton ship, which has been the obsession of it, is several whales. Set sail on her baby boy. His name is a bird kingdom Brunel. History is great. Kingdom Brunel was intended for him to become priest, but wanted to be an engineer and joined the French. In 70, Bach was forced of the tens of thousands. In 1996, during a formative period of the city's history, while Bach was still in France, he had fallen in love with Sophia Kingdom, a young working as a governor in Rouen in Normandy after being struck at France. Bach had to leave Sophia behind when he escaped. After Sophia returned to her native country in 1795, Bach was anxious to join her. An opportunity to do so. At a dinner party with Alexander Hamilton, one of the country's 70s, Bach heard that the British war effort rigging and sailing ships. Here, Bach designed to simplify the manufacturing process for polyglot to England, carrying his designs and a letter of introduction from Hamilton, which he presented to George Spencer. Bach wasted no time in London. It was a Lungian had ever occurred. After Bach had eloped from France to the country, even as Britain found itself near woman, she was eventually arrested in October 1793 after the French government imprisoned all foreigners on suspicion of espionage. The radical yes, the 17th government came after Sophia had been able to return to England to live with her brother in London until such time as Bach joined her again and they were wed. honey. The couple had 2 daughters. Sophia and Emma before 1906 gave the unusual name Isambard's proposals for manual naval work in philosopher at the naval dockyard in Portsmouth, where Mark was contracted to supervise the manufacture. King. Many Englishmen had sympathized with the initial aims of the revolution and welcomed the fact that France was becoming a constitutional monarchy, but the execution in January 1793 had prompted Britain to declare war on the French Republic. Ours of Prussia and Austria had already been with France since April 1792, and Europe would see a stable peace again until after General Bonaparte between 1805 and 1807, Napoleon defeated the major continental powers of Austria. Succession enabling him to dominate the European continent across the English nation of England. An attempt by the French Navy to break into the blockade enabled Admiral Horatio Nelson and the British Royal Navy at Trafalgar in October 1805. Which was experiencing the early stages of the Industrial Revolution from the 1700s. While science and technology was once in France, the financiers and industrialists enjoyed political support and a significant impact on the British economy. Britain escaped the station of the European continent, part in Britain's economic development in 1808, when Isambard was 2 years old, the family moved to Chelsea in South Wales. Battersea across the Thames from Chelsea, measures to increase the to mass produce to the war effort, Brunel situation would eventually lead to the benefit of his father, who taught him to draw Euclidean geometry at the age of 8. By his son's ability school home in Sussex, went out in his free time. He used his knowledge of engineering to astonish his classmates by predicting building. In a battle of Waterloo in what is now Belgium, Hill had been defeated. At this time, the victor made sure he could never pose a threat of Europe. Glad to see the restoration of the House of War in the after he was now a return to his native. The teenage Bruin father's native Norman University. Academies of military engineers in the disembarked speech birth dispatched to England in August 1822 to become an assistant at his father's office at 16 years of age. During December, Mark Brunel had fallen into debt necessary. Deficit in Southwark as a result helped him with his work there. After his initial appeals to the government were unsuccessful, Mark sought assistance from Tsar Alexander I. His work on pulling blocks more than a and had invited him to some to pay him £5,000 in exchange with the employment of Russia at a time when the Great Game, named for the rivalry between the Russians and the British, Brunel range of projects. Bard was involved in supervising operations at a Sheffield ironworks with suspension bridges in the French colony in the Indian Ocean. Isambard was about to set out on his own time. While events it had taken place in the half century after 1770 and was primarily the textile industry. Would begin in England. The first railway lines would be laid down in the late 1820s. The 1830s from the bridges and other types of engineering. Years later, plans to develop a modern sewage system for London were being initiated. Thus, the period from the 1820s to the 1850s was in many ways an engineering revolution. Kingdom Brunel would be absolutely set a method to liquefy natural gas under pressure. By a small amount of heat to convert liquefied carbon dioxide to generate much more efficient. Mark Brunel to himself, but difficulties involved in fuel strong enough to withstand the high pressures involved eventually caused the project to be abandoned. Was in the process of forming the first law of thermodynamics, which demonstrates his achievements, in the 1820s he was still very learning. Of the Thames Tunnel Company. Bridge, but tall sailing vessels from 1805. Soft clay under the Thames. A tunneling machine that consists and soon noticed a sixth under the department, January 1827. For the next 18 months, his worked closely with two assistants, Richard Beamish by now in his 50s, Mark Brunel were already concerned with the overall direction of the project and rectors leaving day work under Bell was once a week in poor conditions. On the 18th of May, 1827, disaster struck after the river lid collapsed on top of the shield and flooded the whole tunnel. Despite the cramped working conditions, company directors attempted to improve the company's financial position by selling tickets to see the unfinished tunnel as a kind of tourist engineering attraction. In November 1827, some 50 guests arranged for the band of the Coldstream Guard. Narrowly, Brunel would spend some months recuperating from the ordeal, and work on the tunnel came to a halt. Brunel raised flooding. He had considerably as a project manager and leader of the experience. After experiencing how his father was finances to act in with his help throughout 1888 and made several trips to France. A combination of physical health, taking representative, a young lady from Manchester. Castles in the air, personal ambition, as a professional projects which are related would never be realized. In between his and his father's days as engineer, they entered a competition. Suburb of Clifton. Disembarked on this idea and is November 1829. He approached them and wrote to them arguing that Telford was in 1830. Committee determined that Telford's design was expensive and with judges. He knew that his initial proposals were structurally sound. Brunel modified his group to build a large abutment on the western bank to span the 2 meters. Meanwhile, in late 1830, he received a commission to design at his own Brunel had an interest in the Strasbourg Brunel, but the costs of the project significant project has no other object than the display of a tour de force. Brunel was deeply hurt and was advised by his friend raise up, arguing that was the most structurally efficient way to after engineering started, but within a few months the project ran into difficulty financial. In late October 1831, days of piety after the house early version of the Great Reform Bill legislates were well alive. One of the largest cities in the country is a population of total the electoral franchise, which administration intended to widen the franchise and rebalance parliamentary constituencies towards the rapidly growing cities. The reform bill would eventually become law in June. And in the general election late was commissioned to the docks at the mouth of the River Wear in the northeast England, which was struggling to export vast quantities of coal to the area at Monkware Mouth on the north of the family and took a ride on the Liverpool Embankment. Now was impressed by the just soon be able to board trains that would travel smoothly. When he returned to London and presented his plans for the Monkware Mouth dock, they were rejected by Parliament as too expensive. In the summer of 1830, Nicholas Roche invited him to carry out the west coast of England, but during it lost its primacy to Liverpool, where new docks were able to accommodate larger ships. City merchants insisted on keeping the facility. Told Brunel that the railway committee was seeking proposed offered merchant club while his would be the best. Between London and the Ely Terrain, the directors was formed in London to complement the one in Bristol, and at their first joint meeting network that connects the country together and enable people to travel long distances quickly and cheaply. In September, Brunel was asked to undertake a more detailed survey of the route, while the railway's directors still had to raise capital before seeking parliamentary approval. The fundraising effort was led by Charles Saunders, secretary to the company's London committee, who became a close friend and colleague. When the new session of Parliament opened in the autumn, the directors initially sought approval for two short stretches of line from Bristol to Bath and London to Reading. In addition to opposition, landowners and farm railway line run through their backyard, which lay near the proposed railway route, complained that the railway line's proximity threatened to damage the morals of the pupils who had had easy access to London and all its temptations. But major objections made in relation to the proposed Vauxhall from South London and other issues that led one opponent to quit that the scheme was neither the rail carriages were too narrow and had a 10 gauge of nearly 5 foot, following the standards set by the father, son team George and Robert Stevenson. Around 7 feet, one for passengers to travel in. This would enable races carriages between the rails and lower the center of gravity. Ride and proposals envisaged the track to be made Without informing the directors, Brunel persuaded Shaftesbury was drafting the revive to delete the reference to Stevens. Facilities and in West London as the Birmingham Railway Brunel's prolonged success had a major impact on his personal life. 32, he had a of William, a musician and composer, was 5 till expansions to the strikingly beautiful, but lacked guitar. For several years, by May 1836, he determined that his couple to get married. Demonstrated to the company's director that his imagination and ambition was boundless. directed after the suggestion, Brunel and his friend Thomas Guthrie stayed up late into the night investigating the island. Bell and Guppy, the Great Western Steamer. Before work could start on the Great Western ship, Brunel had to deal with difficulties involving the railway. Brunel's broad gauge train design and desire to run this train at high speed required right to rail address this by building bridges, viaducts, and tunnels to maintain a straight and level route, which would be nicknamed Brunel's Billions Table. In the interests of passenger comfort, Brunel also redesigned the track. The bridges and viaducts on Brunel's route were impressive monuments in their own right, such as the Warncliffe Viaduct over the River Brent. These added to the expense of the was the most challenging of them all. Work began the progress on the western end was slow, while the eastern portion proceeded at a quicker rate. Brunel had still by his desire for high speed. In August 1837, Brunel was a 21-year-old engineer with experience building steam locomotives for Robert Stephenson in Newcastle was an enthusiastic supporter of Brunel's broad gauge. Brunel's specifications were not up to scratch. Gooch persuaded the purchase the broad star Morning Star. On the SS Great Western, shipped across the Atlantic because instead of wind power to propel the ship. Brunel observed that the volume of the hull of the steamship he envisaged would be several cubic keep quiet about the Great Western event. Service from Britain to New York, line on the Great Western, and ship named the British Queen for the transatlantic passage. Upon seeing Brunel's running, he fell from a burning ladder off the carriage off the deck. After fire was extinguished, and on the 8th of April 1838, SS Great Western began its voyage across the Atlantic. Moving to beat the Sirius to the United States. Great Western ship was already in operation. The prospect of the Great
Big dog.
I think I'm just go like the video for
Excellent. How many Rumble videos have you uploaded today?
I am
Come in here and get your date started quickly. All right. So, did you sleep well?
not gone, but not by sleep.
Okay, that's all right. So you're uploading something to Rumble, and the name of all your podcasts yet?
Yeah.
I can check.
One is like good.
No, did you do it on Spotify yet? If people are looking for me, they're never going to find it on your podcast.
At least I'm not only one.
No. You're not. Incorrect to them. We're going to get their audience to view the video. So that's important. Do you have any links that you put in the description? Do you have any hashtags you want me to use? Do you have a bio that you want me to use? Do you have a headshot that you want me to use? These are things that you should be asking your guests. If they do, great. You put them in there. If they don't, nobody will be able to find them easier. Like, I know you were like, hey, when I publish your video, you're like my 4th biggest person ever. Well, that's okay. When you first, how would anybody ever find it? You get what I'm saying? You know, or like, you know, you lose the go back. Like, I'm not saying you can't do it. That's fine for long puts on time, like how recent it was. If it's not, person's just never gonna find it. It's a sea of content. So, but yeah, you're not alone. I'm supposed to stuff correctly and whatever. But at least when I've had a podcast, the frame so that it's exactly. Hey, look, I got it right from your profile, so that it's right. Or either your profile's wrong, or do you prefer to go by something else? Like, what's an example of this? Like, someone not going to be Aiden Ross, Mr. Beast, PewDiePie is going to be PewDiePie. You want to sell it's not always accurate to accuracy on stuff, especially that. But you're doing really well. You are churning the and more and more people are finding you, and what you can do is just go to ChatGPT and ask it for who want to be guests podcast. Well, I'm not supposed to give away information or whatever, but tell it no. Just give me publicly available information, and it's fine. Like thing, it should whenever uh, you need a guest, you just go to Kick and find somebody, and you're going to create this giant network of people who have been on your podcast, who have connected with you. Who like what you do. Nothing super, but I do have. I think. I, I think. Well, I've got two at least. One of them is going to be a really long one, 3 hours. The other one I think is just an hour. But then I haven't sent out my email. You gave me 100 email address, then I more. Then I asked for 100 more. Then I asked for 100 more. It's an hallucinate, and it like does like 500 email addresses. That's really there are services that you can pay for to do this. And then I created a bot that I get asked a lot of questions about whatever. Could be anything.
been grows and grows my dreams, to my goals.
You have to publish a podcast every day, upload a podcast every maybe, somebody all day would be happy to just have to do what you're doing. Like, that's pretty easy. All you have to do is publish a podcast. You have to for a job for 2 hours a day. And you have to upload old podcasts. That's it.
I have wrote. Yes, I'm doing.
Attempting to remove Brunel at a company. Brunel further sections of the line were being opened in stages, and Gooch began building of Gooch rebuilding and maintenance facility near Swindon. Then a small hill on Market Town in North Wiltshire in 43. Brunel not only designed the train sheds, but also site in what was one of the hospitality. Although Brunel deadlines for the completion of the line. On the 3rd of June, 1840, public service for the first time between London and 18, the journey in 5.5 hours. The construction work had run considerably. Nearly didn't live long. April 1840. A death experience when he was entertaining his sons by hiding a coin in his national headlines. Eventually, his father came up with a solution, designing a device which turned him upside down and enabled the coin to slowly descend out of his window. By 8 hours, a second transition. Great Western's envisaged for the SS Great Western, but in 1838 he had dispatched Prospect to build the ship with an iron rather than a wooden one. SS Great, a ship in almost 3,500 tons, 7 times that the largest iron-hulled ships of the day. After sending Guppy on board the vessel on its own, SS Great Britain to incorporate and eventually caught the attention of the Admiralty in London, which invited him to do the assignment as a mission of the Great Polar as the ship floated from the dry dock into the floating harbour, where it would be fitted engines and boilers in the harbour, as Bristol Docks Company had not widened entrance to the harbour sufficiently to allow it to pass. But in 1845, and steamed to Blanchard. In July 1845, the SS Great Britain made its first transatlantic cross less than 15 hours. The following September, the ship ran into trouble as its master, Captain Hoskyn, lost his way
What
in
up, Cap?
heavy rain. The ship ran aground
So,
on the northern coast of Ireland.
Do you have one? That do you like woman? Who got away?
The woman who got away. None of them got away, baby. None of them got away.
No?
Nope, I got them locked in. Nobody count. I 20,000.
So the 39-year-old is a bad kingdom.
Who just took us and saved the new finger was the one and this.
Maybe it's a long game, young or whatever. I'm going to be able to get them when I
After considerable delays, a section of track was opened in September 1840. The engineering challenges proved, and the South Devon Railway's directors opted to convert the line to conventional steam locomotives. In addition, here of the Waterford, Wexford, Wicklow and Dublin Railway. However, the project soon came to a halt, and only small sets of track were built over the following decade. This was a case of Ireland would
what'd you say?
What was your celebrity crush?
Celebrity crush? Oh,
Okay. Nice.
Yet he had plenty of opportunities elsewhere. Being hired by the government of the Kingdom Mont, Northwest of Denmark's port, Genoa, via rail, as well
We can all be ready. We can be all ready there. So we worked out how have they do I or then this.
I think so.
the expansion of broad gauge into the Midlands brought it into the contact with the narrow gauge lines. At Gloucester, passengers were a royal commission was set up to take evidence of the British Railway. Now argued that the broad gauge was smoother efficient and was confident that his right to demonstrate its superiority, he suggested holding a series of trials. In December, Brunel's locomotive ran the line between Paddington and Didcot at a speed of 53 miles per hour, hauling 80 tons of derailed at the same speed, being only 50 tons. The Royal Commission decided in favour of narrow gauge. Miles to Brunel's broad gauge. Action that led Parliament to include that's involved in running different gauges would eventually lead the Great Western Railway to switch to narrow gauge. On waiting until his death before they began the arduous process of replacing the track in the 18th century. In 1812, as well as the railway
How do you
Going France and Mexico looks good now. I don't know if they're going to be good enough. England, Germany,
this would be a and the structure only completed in 1840.
do you know plans for his vicious ship of Mammoth vessel was to make the journey here without stopping to rely on the back
do what?
of the EE navigation.
do you have any questions for me if you
While
like?
the SS
Yeah, when do you cast?
1, 2, 3.
Great.
1, 1,
That's great. How many things went to Rumble?
more than 7.
That's not that. You could get that done today.
The government official in question was none other than Brunel's brother-in-law. His dismissive attitude towards her in May, the facility opened in July. Nightingale was delighted by the hospital, which contributed to a significant decline in the rate of fatalities as the Crimean sinks. The remainder of Brunel's life was dominated by the construction of the SS Great Eastern, which, under its final specification, was to be over 211 meters with room for 4,000 passengers. The vehicle would stay artificially lit and ventilated in a cabin. It could not be launched in the air 90-degree angle as it would run aground far back. Instead, it had to be built parallel to the river. Scott without additional weight. As construction progressed, control of the facility. While Brunel attempted to take control of the project, steam company was then the challenge of launching the ship, but in winches and hydraulic rams, the ship refused to move more than a few inches at a time. After Fulton Hudson adding more power in the shape of Vikings, and by the end of January, as a new corporate, the Great Ship Company was formed by the remaining directors. Engineering achievement financial difficulties which shrouded all of Brunel of the year, he diagnosed with nephritis and inflammation of the kidney. But he joined his family on a after returning cold stokers in the process at home. Brunel was distraught when he heard of the accident. 15th of September 1850. 5 days later, he was buried in Kensal Green Cemetery in London. The great but the great ship company could not attend after being sold in a following Brunel's had been stored since 1840. The structure was finally extravagant, but although he was sit down and comes the cost of every Falkland Islands in the late 19th century, eventually being scuttled in 1937. It was renovated in the 19th guidance early in his career, the scale, despite how outlandish they were when he first devised them. Even the London to Bristol by rail, he connected Britain nothing. demonstrated the flair and genius that made him one of the icons of Victorian Britain. In 2000, he came second in a nationwide BBC poll to the 100 greatest Britons. What do you think of Isambard Kingdom Brunel? Whose larger-than-life schemes helped to thank you very much for watching. Summer of 213 BC. Roman ships approached the Greek city-state of Syracuse that has allied with Rome's great enemy, Carthage. Suddenly, one of the Roman ships catches fire, bursting into January 58.
How would I?
Everything.
That's what I like to hear, my man.
Where its construction would if it were the largest ship ever built.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you just make my name Rabbi Rothschild?
Yeah, I think so. So like, but I'll be another child, okay?
That's correct. Yeah. And why doesn't episode 23 with Adam? Okay, that's cool. I think it looks really great. Read it. Okay, so we do have to make some changes. 18 is not so it's Rothschild, who is streaming on most social media.
That's the rules.
You get what I'm saying? These things
Yeah.
are a sentence. So if anything, take it, copy it, and put it into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Ora Bibiro sites on the most social media platforms. This.
Yeah. But when you say Rabbi Rothschild streams 24/7 for world peace, that's like, oh, okay, I get that. That makes sense. Not a big deal. Just go through and take each one.
Okay, so go look on
Okay, I'm gonna look this. I'm gonna look right now. Okay, seeing yet? So I keep refreshing it. But that's okay. Do that.
Is a bird kingdom now. History is great. Known to history as is like the name 06 on the island of Portsmouth. Now, part of the city of Portsmouth on the south coast of England. It's denied in Normandy, in grandfather intended for him to become a priest near
Okay,
and join the
so
French.
I see it. You gotta make some changes. You're gonna I would say Rabbi Rothschild streams live 24/7 on YouTube for World Peace.
I think streaming 24/7 in
Streams is present for World Peace. then it's a full sentence. If you say Rabbi Rajab streaming 24/7, it's not really. It's like sort of a sentence fragment.
Okay.
Go back to the other way that you had it with 5 numbers or whatever to be easy to find.
Okay.
It doesn't have to say F.
About that was stream for a little bit. It was pretty good. For the first time, so I went over there because I had to get up.
What did you?
Yeah, it's a good. It's a good out. It's a good out. I went last time. Bit of stuff do, but and then that it was good. We just got to work on some more stuff. Once it gets stable.
Miss Aquarius, Tony's here. Tony, Miss Aquarius, Tony. Tony, you big dog. There you go.
Hello, I think you already.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Podcast host, so
Okay.
that's how I know him.
I didn't mean to work with y'all.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
Rabbi was told.
If he just came in and he was like, "Hey, we got to have a conversation," but he's just chilling.
Right. I was on second anyway. There's some cool people over there. I need to get, a couple of my people from meeting today would come over there. I go live over there. So once I'm just doing it first time. I'm seeing so there stuff, so I gotta ask Cassie what was going on because I'll do myself bits and pieces.
How did you?
Tell me when I see that on this.
How did you find out about it?
They follow me. People that's on me, they follow it almost every. Once I seen they follow it, so I asked, anyway, so once I followed, once I cool. Yep, they followed me on IG.
you win. Reload. Okay, so he doesn't quite have 700 people yet.
No, I ain't been on Discord. I had I'm away. Yeah, how Spark or something like that.
It's very expensive to do.
Everywhere.
Very.
Ain't found me. Favorite.
TikTok favorite?
Gonna get this before you do stuff. And I'm like, okay. So I'm not gonna do it to you, your app. I'm not gonna go over there. I wanna see your app. When you get your app, then I'm not going to this one. I'm gonna wait app comes out.
I understand that.
I'm like, same two girls. They, hey, you follow the other app. I said the app. Well, if you go over there, you there. I'm gonna have no like, how do people that app is going to
Okay, I need clarification. So the people are saying that Go Live's not going to last long. Okay, Spark Hoop clarification. So they're saying that Spark Hoop's not going to go well. But another app, Favorite.
It's just like TikTok. It's like they got something I ain't never heard of. Epic Studios is just like that. So my thing is, I know all these damn apps. Why is it just like I stuff that look like TikTok? I don't understand. Epic Studios has you can do videos and stuff. You can't do videos on it cool for one day back at 8. So I pick up, but it's okay.
Okay.
Hello, right? It's outside. It's just like okay. Yeah. Just like
So, Tony, are you there? So it's Rabbi Rothschild. That part's fine. And then you want streams.
Three.
Three 65 on YouTube. Please do that because seven. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Right. Do it, and then I'll update it, and then it should be good. Okay.
Mark aimed to have returned to her native country in 1795. Mark at a dinner party with Alexander Hamilton, one of the country's founding fathers, in 1790, an opportunity to reappear. Mark designed a machine to simplify the manufacture process. In early 1799, he sailed to George Spencer, the first Lord of the British Admiralty. Mark wasted no time in seeking a reunion in London. It was a lucky thing that had ever occurred. After Mark had eloped from France years earlier, Sophia had remained in the country. And a less radical government came to power. Thereafter, Sophia had been able to return to England with her brother until such time as Mark joined her again, and they were wed.
After
Something. You need another forward slash after the 7. So it's 24. Yeah, it looks really good now. Need I say it looks perfect? Medias. No. It's 24/7, 365 forward slash and the 365. Yeah. So it's slash 365 slash 7 slash space.
okay. Yeah, I
set up dockyard in Portsmouth, where Mark was contracted to supervise the French Revolutionary Wars that separated his parents for several years in the 1780s continued in the 1800s.
It's like it's ZD. You asked me a time. You've asked me 3 times.
Fuck, I know. I have like hard time for things.
More than you are.
Bro, there's like everywhere everybody's telling me. So
And welcome to becoming a before making himself in 1804. In the The Royal Navy's control of global fleet by Admiral Nelson and the British Royal Navy at Trafalgar in Oxford. The Royal Navy's control
Go ahead. Update. Yep.
the British process of industrialization could continue continued to be the leading industrial power in the world, and Brunel would play a major part. Following year, he began using boots of poorly equipped British soldiers, and in 1812, he was commissioned by the Royal Navy to build a sawmill at the Chatham Dockyard. For an amount he's precarious would eventually lead. Young Isambard was brought up to follow in his father's footsteps. The young boy benefited from the close attention of his father, who taught him to draw at the age of 4 and the basics of geometry at the age of 8. Impressed by his son's abilities and sent him to a boarding school that in Sussex, he studied classics and made a survey. Class 15 peace was restored to Europe after Allied armies led by the Duke of Wellington and Field Marshal Gebhard von Klucker defeated Napoleon decisively. Battle of Waterloo, now Belgium. This had defeated, exiling him to the utterly remote island of St. Helena.
From a browser to the app.
In 1820, 14-year-old Isambard was sent off
From the phone.
How did you look at it?
Father's native Normandy University and before Paris. Age of 6, several months working for the clockmaker Abraham Louis Breguet, who was impressed by the young man's invented body technique in Paris, which Napoleon had transformed into one of the most advanced academies for military engineers. In the world, but Isambard's to become an assistant at his father's office at 16's absence in France. Marc Brunel had fallen into debt as a result of a series of failed projects that had run into trouble post-war.
Maybe
been impressed by his work on polyblocks more than a decade earlier. After writing to the also criticisms of the British government for failing to pay the debts were not really relevant. Ones, including Lord Spencer and the Duke of Wellington,
Okay, go.
persuaded the government to pay him £5,000 to clear his debts, arrange for a profit tragedies with other governments. The British were particularly keen to avoid him entering the employ beginning. Brunel returned to work with a wide range of projects. Young Isambard was involved in supervising operations at a Sheffield ironworks, which was making higher than two. The backbone of the
Have
British
you heard me say? Yes, it's good. It is perfect now.
textile production on a map.
Excellent. I'm going to make one more. Look at Joe Rogan. He is the biggest in the world. Puts the number at the beginning. Hashtag.
Okay.
You don't need EP period. You don't need it in parentheses. Mine would be hashtag 0017 space Rabbi Rothschild, all that other stuff. Yes, sir.
Kinds of new innovations being in. Many people were working in the 1820s on ways to manipulate in 1851 in the Crystal Palace exhibition in London, a fair showcasing many thousands of pieces of new engineering and its. A few later, plans to initiate. Thus, the Brunel would be absolutely
So I
central
think
to this
I will
engineering
be
revolution.
ready when you are going to
The
be
young
famous.
Brunel
For that.
spent much of his time
Excellent.
in the
Good man.
1820s experimenting gas society. Mark Brunel listened to a lecture that Michael Faraday has invented by natural gases under pressure of heat convert liquefied carbon dioxide. Mark Brunel decided to investigate the feasibility of such an engine, but decided some encouraging experiments. The difficulties, the high pressures involved, the project to be abandoned. At the time, the process of formulating the first law of aging could not transform from this led that Davy's concept was physically impossible, were unaware of Carnot's work for decades. Despite the failure of the gas engine, Mark Brunel saw greater success in patenting an improved steam engine which ran more close achievements in the 1820s, very much learning from him. Father and son would embark on their greatest collaboration in June 1824, when Mark Brunel of the Thames Tunnel Company the London dockyards. In 18, Richard Trevithick, a mining engineer best known as pioneering work on steam locomotives. Under the Thames. By 1809, the project was $18.25 and soon Brunel thought under the river. He anticipated that the work would only scientist Mark Brunel was primarily concerned with the mechanism of his assistants to oversee the day-to-day work underground. Here, Brunel was working 12 hours. Almost 5 was approaching its halfway mark at 680 meters. On the 18th of May, 1827, after the river collapsed on top of the shield and flooded William Craver, no lives were lost. Despite the cramped working conditions, the company directors attempted to improve the company position by selling tickets as a kind of tourist engineering attraction. Beamish arranged for the band of the Coldstream Guards, his former military regiment.
I will go.
Okay, no, big dog.
Despite further flooding, the tunnel was finally opened to the public on the 25th of March, 1843. By then, had already been awarded a knighthood and continued being used by the London Railway. Hadgate, considered and leader of men from experience. After experiencing how forced to be Isambard resolved that he never be coerced by financiers to act against his own better judgment. In engineering platforms. And made several trips to France. On Brunel's psychological state at this time. The more although he considered proposal of marriage, by 1829 he decided that he could not marry her. Romantic affection appears not. Throughout marriage, to dream, quote, in the air, personal and professional projects which in between his tunnel project and his continued experimentation held a competition to design a bridge suburb of Plymouth. Rupert never asked father for guidance. Mark argued that the gorge was too wide for a single span and proposed a Chinese-style pagoda. Isambard ultimately 50 meters, though the technical drawings did show his father's Thomas Telford was the president who projected his design, which included large towers over 70 meters. It sensed to the committee arguing that Telford's bridge committee determined 20. Alfred's design was too expensive. New. Now modified his proposal to build a while in late 1830. He received a commission to his home and an inch on Hermann Uranus in 1781. The observatory was complete. May 1831. But not long. Costs of the project seeks mechanical shutters and argued that, quote, absurd project at Fort advised by his friend Charles Babbage, the mathematician of Pioneer, to take some to port for drop matter. In the late 1820s, the Bristol Bridge Committee decided against and persuaded them to his design a truly efficient way to undertake the project. Work began. Brunel was well set on the path to engineering stardom, but within a few months the project ran into early 80s franchise in a country where only well-off early 19th century. As one of the largest in the country, with a mission of over 100 people, Bristol was a strong centre of support for the electoral franchise, which at the time only allowed 6 months of Whig administration rebalanced the June 18th election later that year. Campaign on behalf of his brother-in-law and closest friend, Lloyd Rutledge helped in looking for work elsewhere in the country, and in November 1831 he was commissioned to design docks at the mouth potential that passengers were 45 miles per hour. from the Macquarie Mount Dock, they were rejected by Parliament as too expensive. Summer of Ales recently out of review edition of the harbour in Bristol. The most important port on the west of England, it lost to Liverpool, where new docks were able to accommodate larger, century the suit in Bristol to enable ships to remain afloat. Low tide. Within 20 years, that further accumulation prevent them. While most of Brunel's expensive implement Railway Committee was seeking proposals and would accept the one which offered the lowest amount was infuriated by the attitudes who was appointed in travel for London and Bristol to determine a suitable route through the hilly terrain and completed the survey within a matter of weeks. And at their first joint meeting in August 1833, Brunel was officially confirmed as engineer of what was as the Great Western distances quickly and cheaply. In September, Brunel was asked to undertake a more deep while the railway of the route. The fundraising effort. The directors initially sought a short stretches from Bristol to Bath and London to Reading. In addition to opposition from landowners and farmers on the railway line from their backyard, Eton College, which lay near the proposed railway route, complained that proximity threatened to damage the moral of the pupils who would have easy access and all its temptations. The 11th day Nell spent giving heads to the committee funds in relation to Salt with Sunderland and with the railway. After the House of Lords voted the bill down in July, Brunel at his company directors set out to revise the mill under terminus from Vauxhall near Lambeth in South London to Euston on the city, from where it would join the London and further concern about passenger comfort, believing that existing rail bridges were too narrow and had a tendency to sway at higher speeds. The existing track in the country had been laid to nearly 5 foot, following the standard set by the father and son team, George and Robertson, who will respond to the construction of the Liverpool-Manchester Railway. Hailing from the mining communities in the northeast of England, the Stephensons were primarily interested in using rail to transport commodities. That without involved Shaftesbury, after the revised bill on the company's behalf, to delete Gage, giving himself the ability of building the railway to his broad gauge. Great raised enough seed capital and a revised bill with a whole length of track that London and Bristol. Brunel's plan, almost 2 miles in length under the hills to the east of Bath, near the Villa Box. This particular element of his plan was targeted by the supporters of rival London and Southampton Railway as a point of weakness, who put forward the science professor Dionysius Lardner to give extra arguments, claiming if the brakes of the locomotive fail inside the proposed tunnel, would the train to emerge at the end, travelling at 120 miles per hour, which would increase air pressure and suffocate the passengers on board. And unclear at the time if this was true. Bell proclaimed Parliament, August 1830, plans for the Great Western Railway Act received the royal assent. 2 weeks later, Brunel informed the company director to build the railway to a broad gauge to accommodate passengers in some comfort, and won their approval for this plan. Many directors abandoned the turtle in favour of temporary station facilities at Paddington in West London, as was not connecting with the Western Railway with a different gauge. As he approached his 30th birthday in April 1836, Bell had many things going his way. Not only had work begun on the Great Western Railway, but the Thames Tunnel was revived, and his revised plans for the docks at Wearmouth also received parliamentary approval. A few months later, construction also resumed on the Clifton Suspension Bridge. Brunel's professional success had a major impact on his personal life. Since 1832, he had been a frequent visitor to Kensington House, the home of William Horsley, a musician and composer whose 5 children included talented artists and musicians, was particularly attracted to the 19-year-old Mary Horsley, the eldest of her siblings, who was strikingly beautiful but lacked the artistic talent of her brothers and sisters. Brunel had courted Mary for several years, and by May 1836 he determined that his finances were secure enough to get married. After a wedding in Kensington that July, they moved to a new house in Duke Street next to St. James's Park in London. Even after their marriage, Brunel continued to prioritize his work while Mary often stayed in London to manage it. The couple would have 2 sons and a daughter at 1847. In early 1835, before the Great Western Railway received parliamentary approval, Brunel demonstrated to the company's directors that his imagination and ambition was boundless. As the committee expressed reservations about the scale of the project, which was to be the longest railway line in Britain up to that time, Brunel joked that the project was not big enough, and the company should build a steamship called the Great Western, operating from Bristol to New York, thus providing passengers with the opportunity to travel from London to New York directly on a train and steamship, both called Great Western. While the directors laughed at the suggestion, Brunel and his friend Thomas Guppy stayed up late into the night investigating the idea seriously. The company directors gave their approval in October 1835, and in 1836, Brunel and Guppy formed the Great Western Steamship Company. Before work could start on the Great Western ship, Brunel had to deal with difficulties involving the railway. Brunel's broad-gauge train design and his desire to run his trains at heights required flat terrain and a reasonably direct route. Brunel addressed this by building bridges, viaducts, and tunnels to maintain a straight table. In the interests of passenger comfort, Brunel also redesigned the track by choosing the rails plan. Some Brunel's route were impressive architectural monuments in their own right, such as the Horncliffe Viaduct over the River Brent. These added to the expense of the project. The box tunnel was the most challenging of them all. In September 1836, the workers struggled to cut through the hard limestone. Furthermore, heavy rain caused the shaft, and the tunnel was not completed until 1841, 4 years after the line was due to be completed. While the line was being built by 2 teams of workers, starting at each terminus and meeting at the middle, difficulties at the box tunnel meant that progress on the western end was slow, while the eastern portion proceeded at a quicker rate. Brunel hoped to design his own steam locomotives to operate on the railway, but the engines built to his specifications were not only unreliable but cumbersome, behind his desire for speed. August 1837, Brunel was fortunate to recruit Daniel Gooch, a 21-year-old engineer with experience building steam locomotives for Robert Stephenson in Newcastle, who was an enthusiastic supporter of Brunel's broad gauge. After realizing that the engines built to Brunel's specifications were not up to scratch, which persuaded Brunel to purchase the North Star and Morning Star, two locomotives he built, a company which were originally intended for export to Europeans. Stephenson agreed to convert the locomotives to run on broad gauge before sending them to the Great Western Railway. While most of Brunel's time during this period of his life was taken up with matters relating to the Great Western Railway, in the summer of 1836, work began on the SS Great Western, what would become the world's first major oceanic steam-powered ship. It was being built at William Patterson's shipyard in Bristol. Alongside Thomas Guppy, Royal Navy officer Christopher Claxton, Patterson was part of a small building committee which gave expert advice to Brunel. Brunel's critic, Dionysius Lardner, sprung up again and argued that it was impossible to build a steamship to cross the Atlantic because the coal required to fuel it would be so heavy that it would negate any advantages gained from using steam power instead of wind power to propel the ship. Undaunted, Brunel observed that the volume of the hull of the steamship he envisaged would be several cubic meters wider, allowing for the storage of greater amounts of coal and greater load bearing. Would therefore be more efficient. Made some improvements to the engine. The hull boat was a paddle steamer over 70 meters long, the longest ship in the world at the time. Although Brunel and his colleagues tried to keep quiet about the Great Western to prevent rival shipping companies from beating them to a steamship service from Britain to New York, the British and American Steam Navigation Company of Liverpool on the Great Western was itself building a ship named the British Queen for the transatlantic passage. Upon seeing Brunel's rapid progress, they set the British Queen aside and instead attempted to make the first crossing of the Atlantic with a steamship by chartering a much smaller steamship, the Sirius. Thus, on the 4th of April 1838, the Sirius departed for New York from the port of Cork in the south of British Ireland. Just a few days before this, the SS